Hello everyone, hello everyone. I just noticed that I am at 0 kilobytes per second. I do not like that at all. I do not like that at all. Let me put down a reminder to change my bitrate. I think I need to lower my bitrate. I think I may actually not be able to do do 6K. That may not be something that my network can handle. That's an alarming thing to be looking at. That is a really alarming thing to be looking at. Let me oh, and it's climbing. It's climbing. It's climbing. Can you guys even hear me? Like, is it even, like, coming through at all? This is brutal. This is really brutal. But yes. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Today is going to be a calligraphy day. Today is going to be a calligraphy day. Yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing today. That is my plan. I didn't do any calligraphy last week, so I should do some this week, right? I should do some this week. Lo-fi, I'm lo-fi. That is fair, that is fair. Squats for encouragement. I am sorry, Cole Bounds, I'm gonna do push-ups. I'm gonna do push-ups. I am doing push-ups. No, I'll do squats. I'll do squats. I'm indecisive. I'll do squats. I'm sure you'll redeem more later. I'll be able to get into push-ups then, but may as well get in. I didn't get to run today, so squats. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's the left leg, and now the right leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Rexy Raibu, it's actually kind of an interesting thing, right? Amusingly, right, I'm not that strong upper body-wise. My lower body's a lot stronger, right? I definitely have an easier time building muscle in my legs than elsewhere. Or at least I gain strength faster, right? In terms of my 1-rep max and whatnot. Much faster for the lower body. But for one of my traveling companions in Japan would do 100 push-ups every day. And it's a kind of interesting thing where it's not just strength, obviously, because one of those things that's kind of fun about body weight. Yeah, he's doing intentionally the One Punch Man exercise. One of those things that's kind of funny about body weight, let me take a sip, is that it's not really how strong the muscle group is, it is how strong the muscle group is relative to your body weight. So It wasn't until I haven't been able to do pull-ups because I moved to a new place where I don't really have a pull-up bar. But when at a previous place, I managed to get myself up to 12 pull-ups a day, which was insane to me because for most of my life I never did pull-ups. I didn't do a single pull-up until like 4 or 5 years ago, something like that. Like I didn't do a single one in my entire life. And it was losing weight, right? That made it possible for me to do them. I didn't so much get stronger as I was pulling up less weight. And there's something to be said for like technique and specific sub-muscle groups, right? Like for me, when I do push-ups, I usually do pseudo-planche push-ups and sometimes diamond push-ups because standard angle push-ups provoke an old injury that I have, and I tend to fail them really fast because of an injury in my left shoulder. Also, hello, Orc Florist. Orc Florist, it would be a very funny thing for a retro VTuber to do all of their streams like actually via VHS. I think if you found the right VHS camcorder, that would be if you had the right VHS camcorder. I think and wires, you could just use a VHS camcorder as your like a literal one. It would probably work better for flesh tubing, right? It would probably work better for like a face cam streamer to do that. But I think that'd be really funny to use like an 80s era camcorder. Those things were so expensive. Those things were so expensive at the time. I wonder if they've gotten cheaper somehow. No, diamond push-ups are, so you know how, so the normal stance, pointing an 80s VHS camcorder CRT that you're displaying your VTuber. Perfect, Kirill. Perfect. I love that, actually. I love that. Very Videodrome. No, diamonds are when you, instead of having your hands about shoulder width apart, so a normal push-up, like your hands are about shoulder width apart, and then your elbows go out. I do pseudo planches, which are hands shoulder width apart and the elbows tucked in. Diamonds are elbows out, but the hands touching each other directly underneath your collar, directly underneath like your throat. Like, well, I guess like underneath like the top of your underneath like your sternum. Like right underneath your sternum. They're called diamonds because your elbows, as you go down, your elbows go out, and you make a diamond shape. And oh, 80s camcorders are so much cheaper now. Holy crap. They're like $30. These are like $30. That's so. Some of these cost like thousands of dollars back in the 80s. Like this is a remarkable change, right? But yeah, diamonds push. What the different push-up techniques do is that they push where the stress on your musculature goes to different body parts, right? To different body parts. The diamonds in particular push a lot of the pressure to your triceps. So if you have really strong triceps for some reason, that might be easier. It's not like insane to do. It's fairly common. It makes the muscle, the movement much more focused on your triceps than on other muscle groups. So that's kind of like what the virtue of that is that if you feel like your triceps are not getting enough of a workout, diamonds are good for that. So yeah, and if you had really strong triceps, diamonds would be easier. Most people do not have really strong triceps. They do not have exceptionally strong triceps, because it's exceptional. So they're usually harder than other types of push-up. Also, hello, Furo. I didn't say hello to anybody. We're at 21 minutes. I can say hello to folks. Let me go back to the start. Hello, Seribot. Hello, Almantas VT. Hello, Flatulence Incarnate. Hello, Rexy Raibu. Hello, Cole Bounds. Hello, Orc Florist. Hello, who did I miss? I missed somebody here. Furo Sindras. And hello to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. I love all of you, and I'm grateful for all of you being here. Yeah, Jets has a setup for that. That's true. That's true. Jets does have a setup for that. Jets does have a set. Jets is very cool. Jets is like one of the cooler VTubers out there. I think that's. I don't think too many people really are going to argue against that. Jets is insanely cool. Jess is insanely, incredibly cool, just in general. And she has the best emotes. It's a little bit infuriating. Jazz a whole. No, Gene Famous. Gene Famous is also known as Jets. Yes, hello, Jazza Hall. Let me give a shout out to Jazzy. To Jazzy Hall. How are you doing, Jazz? But yeah, Gene Famous is an Australian VTuber. She's associated with Vershayon, so she's teamed with Mako and Cleo. She's and Hanya. Hanya's the fourth one. And they she's very invested. She's a very good artist, and she's very invested in certain forms of retro engagement. Streamer brain, I'm not using engagement in the way that people use engagement as a like click-through rates or whatever. I'm using engagement in terms of like the types of art that she thinks is worth pushing and worth exploring and talking about. Tends to involve a lot of retro techniques. Yeah, it drives me a little bit nuts, Jazzahol, because it's like it's an extremely general term, right? It's extremely general. It's extremely useful, right? You can call. I do a lot of military history. I study military history a lot, right? So it's very normal for me to talk about like a combat engagement, right? These units were engaged. Hello, Music Drummer 01. Hello. It's very normal for me to talk about like, oh, these groups of soldiers were engaged, or there was engagement outside here. Or, you know, and there's also, of course, obviously in the case of like sexuality, right? These people became engaged to be married. Their engagement was tumultuous. But like, it's a term that's got like use, but in the case of how it's used in streamer world, me talking about huge men in love. I know you would, right, Kirill? You would. But in streamer world and like online, it's not so much streamer world as like online business world. Engagement is this term that's, I think, not super useful. They can't just say be nice to the customer. Well, what I read it as when people actually talk about what they mean by engagement, when they are putting actual numbers and accountability to how they're talking about engagement, what they're talking about is activity. They're talking about they're talking about activity in the sense of like things that happened on a particular website that indicated that something outside was using that website, right? As far as I can tell is like the real way it's used, and it's for that purpose. I don't think it's very useful. They use engagement as opposed to activity because activity in general can be gamed really easily, and engagement is like slightly less gameable. It's slightly less gameable, right? Like you, hello, Madra Mimi. Madra Mimi is live. Madra Mimi is live right now. Let me give her a quick shout out because she is currently literally live. Thank you, Madra Mimi. Thank you, Madra Mimi. What the heck is that emote in the middle? Okay, it just is an explosion. It just is an explosion. I will do the push-ups now. I will do the push-ups now. One of these days, Mimi will do something... Me and Mimi will do something that is not literally us being in each other's chats while we're both currently live. Because I think that's the main way that me and Mimi have talked to each other, is we're both literally live and then harassing each other in chat. Alright, actually, hold on a second. Let me mount up, okay, push-ups, pseudo-planche style. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She literally has me on her, like, she's literally restreaming me to her stream right now. I can see what's happening over there. But I didn't have audio on, so I don't know what she's doing. I don't know what the sound is. I don't know what she's saying about me. What a goofball. What a goofball. Okay. But yeah, it's one, and yeah, hello, Captain. Streaming you. She's already put it away. So it's not gonna. I missed my window. I wasn't fast enough. That's a good idea. I'll try to catch her doing that next time. But yes. Oh, there we go. Favorite streamer's favorite streamer, lol. But yes. Where was I? Oh my goodness. The word content is not one that I don't actually super hate. It's a little bit annoying, and it's one of those things where my actual take, which is not, I think, nearly as harsh as a lot of other people's take, is that the content creation is actually kind of a reasonable term for a lot of things, but being a content creator is a price that you pay, that I pay, right? I have to be a content creator in order to be an artist, right? I have to engage with these things that are content creation, but they are a tax being exerted on me as a price for me to get to be an artist. That's the way that I think about it. Well, this is the thing, right, Iloretsu? The thing about most terminology like this is that it arises for a lack of better. There was a use for it, and then we came up with a term for it. There was a use case for it, and we came up with a term for it. And the use case was that the skill sets and media that usually artists are grouped by what their actual skill sets they use are. And the skill sets that people use to be on Instagram or on YouTube or whatever are actually pretty linked. Video essayists have a lot more in common with like Instagram thinspo creeps than they do with like traditional documentarians. This is not me saying this because I particularly hate these people. This is something that Aaron Signal said, who I like a lot. Well, an influencer covers a different concept as well, right? Influencer covers a different concept. Influencer is about whether or not somebody is influencing something. Hello, Gringotts. Hello, Gringotts. An influencer is a person who... I kind of feel like an influencer is a pundit who has a self-made platform, is what they actually are. That is kind of what I think an influencer actually is that they are pundits who have self-made platforms. Which is pretty brutal if you have the same kind of opinions on pundits that I do, but not everybody shares my incredible disdain for somebody being called a pundit. Which is something that I think I gravitate towards, right? I think I often kind of gravitate towards punditry, but it's something that I think is kind of vile. It's to my mind, a pundit is a person who doesn't actually have expertise, but gets to pretend they have expertise because nobody's stopping them. Right, like somebody should stop them and they don't. I'm going to do something very funny that this is going to be funny to just a handful of people. But it's funny to me, so I'm going to do it. This is the Uma Musume personality quiz, and I am doing it because Madra Mimi is doing it at this exact moment. Otherwise, I don't care. I haven't played Uma Musume. I have very little interest in playing Uma Musume. But Madra Mimi is is doing this quiz, so we're going to do this quiz. We are going to do this quiz. I like doing personality quizzes. I mean, there's several parts about Uma Musume that make it very unappealing to me, so I am, not super going to play it. I think it's actually, I think a lot about somebody describing it as a profoundly, uniquely evil game. But it's, yeah. So let's see. I find it easy to work out what someone is thinking or feeling just by looking at their face. I think so. I think I often rely a lot on... Hello, RF Komos. It is a super RF Komos, it is a super collider between normalizing animal cruelty, idol culture, and gambling. It's insane. Like, it's insane. It's like multiple different industries that you try to expel from your entire city because any individual one of them like can corrupt the entire fabric of your society. Hello Akshi, and hello Sparkly Anarchy. Yeah, all at the same time, Raimundo. Yeah, it's like a level of just like ludicrous, like everything you need to, like, you want to be avoiding. I am very, very severe about animal treatment. I am very severe about animal treatment. I know that's like, I don't tend to talk about super much on stream because I know that I am like really abnormal about it, but I am very severe about it. Dog racing? Yeah, I think the line between dog racing and horse racing is entirely that people don't like horses as much as they like dogs. I think it's like literally the main difference. Okay, I think I can usually tell what somebody is thinking or feeling by looking at their face, but I will not lie, I actually rely a lot on other parts of their body language. I think most people are actually a little bit more honest with their shoulders than they are with their faces. I think that if there's a conflict between what somebody is doing with their face and what somebody is doing with their, if there is something that's being done with their face and what's being done with their shoulders, the shoulders usually tell the truth. There's a famous martial arts maxim, right? You know, the eyes lie. The eyes lie, but the belly button tells the truth. The belly button is is where your opponent's actual intentions are located, but their eyes lie. Eye fakes are pretty easy to do in martial arts. So I would say I can usually tell by looking at their face, but the tone of voice and general posture also help me a lot. I can't tell it by just looking at their face. I have the horse races around me do not treat people well. Do not treat the horses well. I would say it would be abnormal for somebody to treat a horse as well as they treat their hamsters. Right. That's kind of how it looks to me. It's not great. If you don't know and don't want to listen to all of them, just go by a brief description. Okay, so dynamic EDM track is so far the most compelling to me. Intense metal track. I don't know if I agree with what other people think is intense. Chill jazz track is probably winning right now. Classical. I don't like how these people think of classical. I'm going to go with chill jazz. Ever seen that Photoshop of a horse with dog teeth? That rules. Yeah. Yeah, this is something that's actually insane to me, Rexy Raibu, is that games that involve actual gambling like Genshin get away with things that what's it called? Balatro did not. Balatro got in trouble because it looks like gambling but doesn't actually have any gambling, whereas actual gambling got in trouble. Got away fine. I think that's insane. I think it's a real sign that like regulatory capture in our world is completely out of control. I find it easy to do more than one thing at a time. Absolutely. I find it hard to do one thing at a time. I find it hard to actually do one thing at a time. I know how to tell if someone listening to me is getting bored. Disagree. I don't think I can. And usually I overestimate how often somebody is bored of me. I tend to assume that almost everyone is bored of what I'm saying all the time. And there's the exception when somebody is interested in what I'm saying. And from what I can tell, I am wrong very frequently. I get chastised for this all the time. Even Magic the Gathering can't play tournaments in Germany. There's not even gambling in... Unless you're playing really old school rules, there is not gambling. That's crazy. Admittedly, it did lead to Magic the Gathering getting banned, which is pretty based, but that's a separate question. What phrase best describes you? Peaky God of Destruction? No, I'm not even sure what that means. The King? Absolutely not. Princess? No. Wild Charger? I don't think so. Cyborg? No. Overlord? No. Knight of Oath and Loyalty? No. Saintess? I wish. Support character? Probably. Cat? No. Warrior? No. Support character. I see myself as reserved, quiet. I think I am. I think I'm fairly reserved. Actually, let's put... I don't know. I think I'm a friendly person. I'm not loud by any stretch, but I think I'm a friendly person. I have actually not read The King in Yellow. I really should, but I have not. Guns, Germs, and Steel, folks. Guns, Germs, and Steel is a really hated book. Is a really hated book by a lot of people. I don't think it's... the ways in which it's hated are entirely fair. I think sometimes people hate it for arguments that are not just like not in the book, but perhaps more tellingly things the book is against, right? Jared Diamond's start point is he starts from a belief that white people are not exceptionally smart. And then sometimes people read it as being an endorsement of the idea that white people are smarter, when that was like fundamental to his point. It's honestly kind of interesting to me that the point of Guns, Germs, and Steel, having read it, the part where it is making its main argument is that Europeans were able to, specifically the Spanish were able to conquer the Americas entirely on the basis of germs, right? That it was just disease. And the thing is that that's actually the main take that most of the critics have of it as well, which is really weird. Most of the criticism I've read of it is that he doesn't talk enough about germs when his whole point is that the guns and the steel didn't matter, it was just the germs. The guns and steel were extremely unimportant. The steel was the germs were extremely important. And then other people like, but he underaccounts for the germs, and I think he actually overaccounts. I think a lot of why the Spanish conquest of the New World went down the way it did came down to the specific political structures of the societies that they were invading and attacking, and that they were fragile in ways that made them not only vulnerable to rapid collapse, but also relatively easy to be taken over very rapidly. This is a lot of where his argument was kind of weak, and where there's a good wrinkle in it is that it took the Spanish another 100+ years to take over the Maya, right? To conquer the Yucatan after they took central Mexico. Central Mexico they took very, very quickly, and a lot of that had to do with the political structures of central Mexico being designed in such a way where an even larger state polity that came into that society could suborn, incorporate, and use the entire existing bureaucratic apparatus to their own ends, something that they could not do in the Yucatan, and so it took them a very long time to take the Yucatan, even though they had the same guns, germs, and steel advantages over the Yucatan Mayans. I think that is very important to account for in the stories. I will say, so I have not read anywhere near that's very cute, Kirill. I have read about half of these books. And I am... Here's the thing, right? I could rate these books on which one I like the most. Hello, Moser. Welcome. Good to see you again. I could rate these books based on which one I liked the most, or thought was the most interesting. Or I could, but like I would be unlikely to, which would probably be House of Leaves. I've read House of Leaves. I liked it quite a bit. So let me talk about this. Books that I have opinions on. House of Leaves I actually liked. I did not love. I know a lot of people love House of Leaves, particularly in VTubing. It's a very popular book among VTubers. I liked it okay. I thought it was fun. He became a line cook. Anything with a similar theme. Well, what's the theme? Because that's a premise, right? That's a premise. That's a good point. That's a good one, Flatulence. I was thinking about that one. So let me go. There's a lot more things that happen in Ilorezzi. I think it's fine. I don't think it's great. I think that to compare it to Italo Calvino feels natural, and I think Italo Calvino does similar stuff, but I think much better. So I like House of Leaves all right. Guns, Germs, and Steel I've read, and I don't need to read it again. Oh, I love Italo Calvino. Yeah, Calvino's so good. Jujutsu Kaisen's stupid. I don't know what Ao Haruride is. Salt, Fat, Acid, Heat I have not read, but I am interested in. I could reread Hamlet, but I've read enough Shakespeare that I kind of actually do prefer watching Shakespeare. I think reading Shakespeare is a little bit weird. It's fine. It can be even. He's a very good writer. It's just like they are stage plays. Like I think productions of them are better. I like King Lear the most. Lightning Thief doesn't sound very interesting to me. Three Body Problem would be probably the one I would pick up. Isolation of Being an Outsider, Seeking Love, Friendship. Exit West. Exit West by Mohsin Hamid. It rules. It's super good. It is a magical realism book where there is a refugee crisis, and the premise of it. So it's set in a unnamed Middle Eastern country that is collapsing to civil war, presumably Syria, but they explicitly do not name it, and there are the world just mysteriously for magical realism bullshit reasons. there are portals. Sometimes you will open up a doorway and the other side of the doorway is on the other side of the planet. And so the two main characters are in this country that's collapsing into civil war, and they get out via one of these doors and they become refugees on the other side of the planet with lots of other people who have used these magical doors to escape. And it is about how the world deals with this and about how they as refugees deal with this. Uni Luna, thank you for the follow. I liked it a lot. One of the better books I've read in the last couple of years. I do want to read Salt, Fat, Acid, Heats. I do. Three Body Problem, my co-editors are talking about a lot, so I should read it at some point, but I know a lot of people hate it, so maybe I should read it for that reason. How to Win Friends and Influence People is a really powerful, I shouldn't say powerful, a really influential book. It's a really influential book. It might be the single most influential piece of self-help ever written. I don't know if I give a shit. I think I know most of the lessons from it off of the top of my head. Project Hail Mary and that movie slaps. Cool. I watch movies super late. I watch movies usually a year or two after they leave theaters. I've heard the book is pretty good. World of Wonders, in praise of fireflies, whale sharks, and other astonishments. They did this misspell whale sharks unless they mean sharks from whales, which is very funny. I would be very interested in that. That might get me. The typo might get me. The groundbreaking science of women athletes. I am curious about that one. I like reading feminist works. I'm not actually super interested in sports science. I have found feminist works in the last couple of years to be increasingly interesting to me. I am just not that interested in sports science. Life-changing art, magic of tidying up. Don't need it. Interpersonal relationships with people bound together by the economic class. Yeah. This is a lot of the relationships of people bound together by their legal class, which is like their economic class, but in some ways harsher. Claude Monet, masterpieces of art. That's actually pretty tempting. Make So Men, traditional techniques to sustainably maintain and fashion your clothes. I think I got to go with that one, to be honest. With that one. That actually sounds most intriguing to me. When I'm reading a story, I find it difficult to work out the character's intentions. Nah. You keep reading the book and then you know it. I see myself as disorganized and careless. I actually do see myself as disorganized. Lonely, immortal minotaur that wants companionship. Aw, poor buddy. I see myself as anxious and easily upset. No, I don't see myself that way. Purple. I like purple. I find it difficult to work out people's intentions. No. I see myself as critical and quarrelsome. Absolutely not. Yeah, I love purple. Purple makes me happy. Saints Row. It's because of Saints Row, actually. It's because one of my favorite gaming memories of all time is playing Saints Row 3 with my brother. I often notice small sounds when others do not. I do. I see myself as conventional and uncreative. I do see myself that way. I see myself as sympathetic and warm. I do. I like to collect information about categories of things. Not really. If there is an interruption, I can switch back to what I was doing very quickly. No, I cannot. Oh my god, I have that happen so often. And for me, the funniest part, Kirill, right, is that I'm kind of tone deaf, so I'm bad at telling what's happening in music. I can just tell that there are noises, right? Like, I will be in a house, and I'll be like, what's that clicking sound? And somebody will be like, what are you talking about? And it turns out that it was like a leaky faucet or something like that, like two doors down. No, I pick out small noises all the time. I can hear somebody lighting a lighter like a block away. Sounds like a mess of echoes, but it's still that song. That's pretty impressive. Yeah. My cognitive parsing is not good. My ability to hear things is apparently pretty good. How tech savvy are you? Computers explode when I touch them. I don't know how to use computers. I only use my computers to check my email and other simple tasks. I don't use computer often, but I do a lot of texting and doom scrolling on my phone. I don't use computers often, but I know how to make my TikToks and Instagram posts go viral. I know how to install an ad blocker. I even use one. Computers explode when I touch them. I was overclocking. I think I gotta put myself on the high end here, even though I don't think I've got a high level of computer literacy. Shorts confuse me. Shorts confuse me. I don't know what to do with shorts. I see myself as extroverted and enthusiastic. I do. I do. My most used social network is Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Blue Sky, Fediverse, YouTube, Lane. Yeah, I technically use Blue Sky and Twitter, but like, yeah. Shorts confuse me. I think that at least also not a shorts guy. Yeah, Kirill, also not a shorts guy. I used to be a shorts guy. I used to be a shorts and winter guy, and then I worked in chemistry labs. And now as soon as I wear shorts, I'm like, somebody's going to drop a vat of acid on me. I can't. I don't like it. I think about all the various ways that like shards of flying metal and errant barrels of acid can ruin my legs. I usually concentrate more on the whole picture rather than the small details. Nope. We were Ilaretsi. Kirill was being silly. I was talking about TikTok originally. I meant short form video, and then Kirill was being silly. Kirill was making a funny joke. My phone wallpaper is don't roast him with on hella. I just get roasted. Hello Shark Ray. Hello Shark Ray. I just get sweaty is what happens. I just turn into a giant sentient ball of sweat. So I use my actual phone wallpaper is a cinnamon roll that I baked. Which I guess is a picture of a blooming flower, but honestly, most of the time I have power saver set up on, so most of the time it's actually black. Most of the time it is in fact black. Wearing pajamas today, which includes shirts, trying to open bottle simple syrup and broke the bottle that caused the top of the bottle broken with lid to slam into my knee 2 months ago. There's still a scar. Yeah, see, this is what I fear. This is what I fear. None of these. You got to go on a trip of Japan, which is the locations are you most excited for? None of these. None of these. What? I am excited for Kyoto. I'm excited for Kyoto and Minato. Those are the parts of those I'm excited for. I'm excited for Kyoto. I'm excited for Minato. I really want to. There's a lot of Japan I want to go to, but none of these are super exciting to me. I actually actively dislike Shinjuku and Harajuku quite a bit. I don't even know what's in Tomakamoi. What is here? Tomokomai. And I don't know what Funabashi is either. It's in Chiba. I guess I'm going with Tomakamoi. Total Kansai discrimination here. Anti-Kansai discrimination. Hello, Itsy Bitsy Bones. The Toto Toilet Museum. I didn't get to go to the museum. Last time I didn't get to go to one of the museums I really wanted to, which is the Museum of Rocks that look like faces. I really want to go to that one. That one's in Saitama, I think. I see myself as dependable and self-disciplined. I do. Yeah, hold on. Let me find it. Let me find it. Wow, that's a slow-loading website. Here's the Atlas Obscura for it. Here's the Atlas Obscura. Kirill, my schedule in Japan was to wake up, have breakfast, and then go to temples and museums until 5 p.m. when they all close. Like every day. That was like every day. I love going to temples and museums. That was like all I did. I went to some pretty obscure ones. The Kyoto Train Museum is crazy. I'm not even a trains guy. Of these foods, which 3 are your favorites? Let's see. I like apples. I actually don't like salads very much. Cheesecakes I think are okay. I definitely do not like coffee, but I think I know what they're going for there. I really want something spicy, right? I want something spicy and unsubtle. I think steaming bowl of shoyu ramen. Even though, again, it would have to be veganized. Actually, I'm gonna go with piping hot New York slice. There are some New York slices I still like, even though I'm left with only the vegan ones. I see myself as calm and emotionally stable. I do see myself as calm and emotionally stable. I see myself as open to new experiences. Extremely. Extremely. I think I agree that I can generally read between the lines when people are talking to me. Oh boy, we got a lot more. I was hoping that section 2 would be very small. For recreation, I like to draw and paint. I don't actually like gardening very much. I wish I liked gardening. I wish I liked gardening, but I don't actually. Yeah, that's pretty much the big ones. I don't even know what Goo Goo Babies is. I don't even know what that is. That sounds weird. I'm also like to talk to people. That's like my big one, is I like to talk to people. I guess I should put volunteer, I guess. I think it'd be funny to say. I know what collagen is, I'm not sure what hydrosilate is. Hydrolysate. No idea what a Street Fighter bike is. I know what en passant is, I know what rayon is, I know what click-through rate is. I do know what Omegaverse is. I've never played it with my life not on the line. I know what Lean To is. I know what major arcanas are. I know what I use Anki. I've used Anki on stream. I've streamed Anki. I think I know what they mean by bogey. I think I know what they mean by cantrip. I think I know what a limited slip differential is at some point, but I'm not sure anymore. A lot of these are computer science terms that I can't actually explain, so I'm gonna say I don't know what they are. Should not. Furosindros, I was actually thinking about a bogey. There are two things I was thinking about a bogey for. One, the part of a train, and two, I was thinking about bogey in golf. I know bogey from Golf with Friends. Okay, I get to skip this question. That's nice. Jesus Christ. Sure, you get to store it. Submits. Special week. Okay. Special week. Special week. I like how they've got autism as a special thing here. I'm kind of surprised that openness and conscientiousness they put me down low, but that's fair. Hold on, we are going to ads in just a second, but I'm going to read this thing by Photosindras. Bogey refers to an unidentified contact that is in controlled airspace without authorization. Bandit refers to an identified hostile. That's good to know. That's good to know. I did know that bogeys and bandits were both terms you could use to refer to an enemy, but I wasn't sure. I kind of understood that bandit was worse than bogey, but I kind of know these things from, like, movies. I kind of know these things from movies. All right. What do they put down as... Okay, I am going to use the bathroom. We are going... I'll look over the results when we get back, and then we'll look at Handcam. We will start the Handcamery. All right. See you all in a few minutes. I need to pee and get more water. Hello, hello, hello. Hold on, there's quite a bit. There's quite a bit of things that were happening here from first of all, once again, Photosynthesis, that was very helpful. I will be honest, I thought Rexy Raibu was worried about ethnic discrimination. They have drag shows too. That's good to know. That's really good to know. I unsurprisingly didn't consider that, right? I went to some micro brews when I went to bars in Japan. And it was like the one thing that I really think America does substantially better than Japan is I think American beer is like a lot better. I think American beer is a lot better than Japanese beer. I was okay. I'm a beer guy. I am an IPAs guy. I like my beers to be super bitter. I like floral whiskeys. I like pretty floral whiskeys. I don't hate soju, but I don't love soju. That explains why we are enemies. I love IPAs. I love IPAs. Let me just I'm just gonna take a quick look at my droid cam and see what it looks like right now. Interesting. Interesting. That shouldn't be there. Boop. Done. Okay. Oh, I love how bitter they are. I actually really love bitter flavors, Rexy Raibu. I really like bitter. I really like bitterness. I like strong tasting beers in general. IPAs are not my actual favorite. My favorite are smoke beers and pepper beers. I love pepper beers. They're super rare. I've only had like 2 of them, but they are both like 2 of my favorite beers I've ever had in my life. You carry the reference Uma Musume by manually answering every question as if we were that Uma Musume. Therefore, each result is reflective of both our interpretations and our personal biases, etc. These are just kind of interpretive guidelines. These are just kind of interpretive guidelines. I'm just annoying. I'm just annoying Mimi right now. I think beer is delightful. But I like. Yeah. Sorry, I was trying to listen to Mimi while we were doing this. But I'm gonna stop doing that because I cannot listen and talk at the same time. It's gonna drive me insane. I like bitter beer. I also like other bitter flavors too. It's not just like a beer thing. I like really dark chocolates. I like Brussels sprouts. I like broccoli. I like bok choy. I like Swiss chard. I like collards. I tend to like a lot of bitter, strong flavors. Like almost. I just hate the taste. I actually hate the actual taste of coffee. It's one of the things that annoys the crap out of me is like, I don't like coffee. I don't like coffee, and people will often be like, oh, you're just like a little baby, you can't handle bitter stuff. And I'm like, drink the beer that I am having right now, my friend. Drink my like 120-minute IPAs that are so bitter they cause people's like eyes to like implode. Like, no, like I love bitter flavors. It's the actual like real coffee flavor I don't like. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I'm the same way, Artbarian. I'm the same way, Artbarian. Also, hello, Artbarian. I like dark chocolate. I really like dark chocolate with spicy. Dark chocolate with like cayenne. I really like. I'm not super duper into sour. I like using sourness in other dishes. Like almost every sweet dish I have, I like to add vinegar or lemon juice to it. And same with bitter dishes. Same with bitter dishes. Same with bitter dishes. This is an iced Americano. Nice. Okay, yeah. Yeah, sours, I don't know. I like bright flavors, so I can enjoy sourness, but a lot of like sour forward stuff I'm not really into. Like kind of like the ideal dish for me is I like to use kind of the ideal dish for me is bok choy pan fried with lemon juice, salt, and red pepper. That's like an ideal Almantas like side dish. That's like one of my favorite things on the planet. I make it all the time. It is like the one thing where I can actually notice inflation affecting me is that the price of bok choy keeps going up. Bok choy used to be baby bok choy used to be like $1.75 a pound in New York, and now it's like $4 a pound. Like the main place I've been hit by inflation. Whereas tofu has consistently stayed roughly $3 a pound my entire adulthood. We decided to use the AQ10, a shortened 10-question variant of the 50-question autism spectrum quotient test. AQ10 has very high test accuracy, blah, blah, blah. A score of 6 or above on the AQ10 represents a high likelihood that the test taker is on the autism spectrum with a positive predictive value of 85%, according to the above research paper. That is, if you have a score of 6 or higher on the AQ10, there's an 85% chance that you are, indeed, autistic. And I was a 4, so that actually puts me pretty high for an autism spectrum test. Most autism spectrum tests I take, I get like really low. I get much lower than that. I would have expected like a 2. So I don't know much about, my result was autism, yes. I am fairly unusual in this space for being pretty confidently not autistic. I think it is normal for people in the VTubing space to be autistic. I think that's very, very normal. As far as I know, I'm the weird one, right? I am the weird one for not really having a lot of autism symptoms or issues. I tend to find it relatively easy to agree with. I find it relatively easy to read people, and I don't tend to get hyper fixated like in a durable fashion. Like being hyper fixated for a week is one thing, but I don't really have the kind of lifelong hyper fixations that people who are autistic tend to have. So they rated me as extroverted, stable, which is interesting, low neuroticism, as I grew up learning it, and highly agreeable, which I think is fair. How are they using conscientiousness? Rigidness and self-discipline. Interesting. Interesting. And openness, I'm surprised that they put it low on openness. I guess I don't know. I feel like this is one of those things where it's openness to experiences associated with intellectual curiosity, adventurousness, imagination, and emotion, among other traits. Those with high openness tend to be creative, aware of their feelings, unpredictable, and those with low openness tend to be seen as traditional, pragmatic, and data-driven. This is kind of interesting. This is one of those cases where I feel like this is me kind of disagreeing with the way that the Big Five is formatted. This is like an actual like deeper disagreement I kind of have with like the underlying personality test. The Big Five is like a lot better than MBTI. I want to be clear. Big Five is way better than MBTI. But I think I would say that I'm very curious and pretty adventurous, But I'm also very pragmatic and data-driven. I think I am very data-driven and very curious. I think those are very traits I very much have. And I think I'm not very imaginative or emotional. But I also don't think I'm very traditional. And I don't really think I'm very pragmatic. I don't know. I go back and forth on pragmatism. Pragmatism is, I feel like my level of pragmatism is a deliberate practice. That I don't do it naturally, but I have gotten myself burned often enough by being unpragmatic that I have to, like, be deliberate about it. I have to be deliberate about it. Okay. I have to make deliberate choices to be more pragmatic. Give me just a second here, and we can get started on today's calligraphy. So I think I am going to... I just need to move some things around here. We're going over to reading and writing. Going over to reading and writing, and I think I want to use the C2. I think is what I want to use. So let me grab the guideline and store those. Stow the guidelines. And put away the keyboard. And grab Lightbox Coon. Not flashbang you guys. Okay, Lightbox Coon is here. And on, and let's do that. Okay, let's do that. Well, since we're starting calligraphy, that sounds ominous. What is well, since we're starting calligraphy, what is that? That's ominous. That's highly ominous. Speichan? Sure, I guess. I guess. I cannot stop you. Oh. You want the commissions link? You want me to say that I do commissions? I am behind on them. Because I've got one of my commissions has been occupying a lot of brain space, and I haven't been able to finish it. Okay, hold on, let's move. Speichan. Speichan. Yeah, that is how you would write it, Speichan. Okay, let's take a look at my nibs. I said C2. I definitely don't want you. Definitely not you. C2. C3. This looks like C2 right here. I need a better way to organize these. This is not a good organization system. And you know what color should I use, folks? What color should I use? I'm gonna do a quick poll, I guess, just because I'm feeling indecisive. Let's just do a quick one. I'm just kind of indecisive today, right? I'm just kind of indecisive. So, I'm mostly just going to be... I'm going to be doing some practice. I'm going to be doing Gothic practice. I have a couple of people who I owe birthday and thank you messages to. Darius Enigmas, Mara Evantree, Kyo, and Citrus Sunshine. All need various types of congratulations messages. And I wonder. Oh, you got a dip? Please have a good night. Have a good night. Or yeah, good charging. Good luck charging. Good luck charging. All right. Purple. Purple time. Purple time. Let's grab the purple. Yamabudo. Purple. Also, let's see if the command still works. Yes, yes. Throne, there are more inks to buy me over there. If I really need an ink, I will not list it, but for inks that are kind of more fun ones. Also, hello, Almantas OS. For inks that are more kind of fun ones, I think I put the other Iroshizoku purple on there, which is Murasaki. And that one I do want to try, because Yamabudo is a more reddish purple, whereas Murasaki is a more bluish purple. And I kind of prefer the more bluish purple. Also, I'm getting low on it. There's not a lot of that left. Kusogaki. Okay, hold on a second. Cap is a little bit stuck. There's my opener. Where is my opener? That's concerning. Where the heck is it? I swear I'll get this one open, but let's try one technique. And if it doesn't work quickly, I will... Yep, that doesn't work. Give me a second here, give me a second. Okay, yes, there we go. These tools are amazing. These are amazing. S tier. S tier tool. I mostly use them for opening bottles. My history guy was chill. My history guy was chill. Oh, Nap! Yeah, Nap is so chill. Nap is so chill. I love Nap. I love Nap. I love Nap. Like, legitimately one of my favorite streamers. If not my favorite streamer. Yeah, I don't get to watch nearly as many streams as I would like. A pretty large percentage of all the streams I watch, I just, like, pop in and say hi for, like, a few seconds. Let's... Off. That's bad. Waffle House fucking sucked to work. Ooh, that's pretty bad. You have paint on your hands? Goodbye, Cole Bounds. You need a good fountain pen? What are your what are you looking for in terms of fountain pen? Like, do you have any, like, stipulations or budget or anything like that? Because, like, it does matter, like, what paper you're using. Brief moment of terror that I might have knocked over a bottle of ink, even though it was on literally the other side of me. That's fair. That's very fair, Worthrone. That's very fair. My default suggestion for a new user is a Pilot Metropolitan. That's my default suggestion. They're pretty cheap. I think they're... It's Monday. Mini painting is Thursday. Yeah, Pilot Metropolitan. Correct. They're relatively cheap as starter pens go. I don't know anybody who dislikes theirs. Like, I've, like, never heard somebody have a negative experience with a Pilot Metropolitan. And I think that if you use a Pilot Metropolitan, that will tell you stuff like... I think they're a pretty good medium point, so that will tell you, like, where... Like, do you want a heavier pen or a lighter pen? Lamy Safari is the other one. Hello, Noir. I will say that hold on a second here. There's a couple of different opinions that people have about how to refill pens. So this is what I do. This is a disposable cartridge, and I just use a syringe like this. I just use a syringe like this. I just use a syringe and put it in, and then plunge in about a milliliter of ink at a time. That is how I prefer to do it. There's other techniques that people use. I just don't like them as much. I just like sincerely don't like them as much. Yeah, I've done that, and I find it harder to do. I'm not gonna lie. I legitimately think that is harder to do. I think it's more work. I think it's just flat. I think it's actually more work. And yes, Noir. Well, you're not brown. You're gray. But yeah, we're starting off with a pangram. And I don't know how much other people can see this, but I am making a mess of this. I am making an absolute fool of myself. And honestly, Furo, even with dips, I don't do it. It's actually purple. This is actually purple. It is Mountain Plum. This is Mountain Plum. Trying to flatter yourself. I think gray. I think an Arctic fox is prettier than a brown fox. Also, like I said, I feel like I am doing a pretty bad job here, if I'm honest. Huh. Have I just been off all week? On everything? Yeah, no, it's my favorite color too. It's my favorite color too. I love purple. I love purple. The people voted for purple. And I didn't vote at all, but the people voted for me to use a color that I already said was my purple, was my favorite. Yeah, this is why you do warm-ups, folks. But honestly, right, like, yeah, the amount of reservoir you need is like nothing, right? Like, this is enough of a reservoir that syringe is easier. I don't actually know, like, how you would have made this ink, because different areas have access to different dye colors. Um, and I don't know if they're, like, this is called, you know, like Mountain Plum. And it might be a plant-based dye, based on a plant that's just not common in Europe. Uh, uh, Tyrian purple is insanely expensive. Tyrian purple is insanely expensive, which this is not that far off from in terms of coloration, but that doesn't mean, okay, you know what? This is the last straw. I am going to reprint these. I'm going to fucking reprint these. This drives me nuts. I'm gonna, using the printer as a pain in the neck, but this is the last straw. I'm reprinting these. Dreadful. This is why Gothic is the hardest. Printers are the hardest problem in computer science, and also it's not in my house. Right. I live in a little New York apartment. I don't got space for a printer. Worthrone, I live in a tiny place. I don't have space for things like a toaster or a rice cooker. I would say I live in a nicer place than I used to, but Worthrone, let me put it in this way. I lived for years in a 8 by 6 foot apartment. I have very few needs. I'm pretty tough. I am pretty tough. People underestimate me. Real estate speculation. Real estate speculation is what's going on. Real estate speculation is an absolute disaster for any local economy. Oh, I've got a bathroom. I have a nice bathroom. No, I mean, well, to put it more straightforward, Worththrown, the actual limitation on my space for kitchen utensils in particular is my roommates, right? That anything that's going to take up counter space has to be something that all three of us want, or that we're willing to fight for. And I am only actually willing to fight for... Oh, I'm not paying 2K. I am not paying for 2K a month. No. I'm paying just under 900 a month. Yes, of course it is. Yeah. No. Am I insane? Like, people are like, oh, but that's with roommates. Like, I've never not had roommates. Like, what are you, like, people are like acting like there's some person out there who works a normal job. Oh yeah, I'm not even allowed to go in North Carolina. The last time I was in North Carolina, I got followed around by some very unsavory figures. We're thrown. I little peek behind the camera here, because I don't mind people knowing this about me. This is what I did. It was this. People think I'm Jewish. And in New York, that's not a big deal. In North Carolina, it is. In North Carolina, it got me followed around stores and escorted off of premises. So I'm not going fucking back. It has been getting worse. I've lived in war zones. Oh yeah, here, Tohu, yeah. No, people, oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, Tohu's seen me, yeah. 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 Tohu knows what I look like, yeah. Yeah. I've lived, not in the past, I was a sociologist. I did field work. I did field work in some very nasty places. Honestly, Sharkray, the thing is that basically everywhere in the US has the same prices nowadays. Like there's very little like regional prices. There's very, very few regional prices. Houston's more expensive than New York City. Like it's crazy to me how expensive. Like to live in Houston, you have to spend more on parking than I spend on my apartment. Like it's crazy. I'm not understanding what the invocation of Egypt is here. Yeah, you can be a bit cheaper. I found that it's not that big of a difference. So I would say, as far as I know, it's like, if you're in like a really nasty thing, if you're in like a really nasty one, like you can get some pretty cheap places, but even like very small cities, start getting very expensive. As far as I can tell, like once a city hits about like $150,000, it just has New York City prices. Yeah, shoot shots outside your house. Yeah, there's that option. Yeah. Oh yeah, where were we? Sorry, I got a little bit distracted. I have a lot of strong negative feelings about. The thing is, like, I like North Carolina food, and Asheville is actually like one of my favorite cities in this country. But I've just had so many bad experiences with the people of North Carolina. I think they have been the meanest people I've met in my life. Like, starting price for one bedroom here in Ontario vary from like 1,300. Yep. 1,300 for, yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is worth one is that it doesn't take a lot, right? That's the thing about community, is that a small number of people who are tolerated behaving badly really kind of are the fly in the ointment, as they say. The one bad apple that spoils the bunch. There we go. finally got a decent stroke. I've spent very little time in the mountains, other than Asheville. Most of my time in North Carolina was along the coast. Yeah. I like Asheville. Asheville's very funny to me. It's like more Brooklyn than Brooklyn. It's yeah. Yeah, it's the rich assholes I have way more trouble with. Hello, Wasteland Mad God. Hello, Wasteland Mad God. Honestly, the nicest people I've met in America have been New Yorkers. Like, honestly, having lived in mostly the Midwest, and a lot of the East Coast, I genuinely think New York City is the nicest people have been to me. I really love New York. Hold on, let me move the let me check the I mean, people tend to immigrate in groups, right? Because they move where their friends move. They move where their family moves. I mean, I don't know. I find it very sad when people move out of New York, because this is the because here's the thing, right? Is that I think a lot of people kind of ignore the forest for the trees when it comes to immigration, particularly with respect to like relatively local scale immigration, right? Like not like country to country, but like regions and cities. People move where jobs are, right? Like, I moved to New York for a job. And people leave New York is still the best city to live in. Is still the best city to live in, as far as I can tell. It's the only city with decent public transit, which is worth a lot if you ask me. Its medical system is really good. You get a lot. The people are the nicest, right? The people is the nicest Americans that you're gonna meet are New Yorkers. So you're getting good health care. The transportation is the best that you're gonna get in America. The people are the nicest you're gonna get. Like that's it kind of all works out that way. And then, but you know, it's if your job. Yeah, everyone has been laid off. But if your job says you're working in Texas or North Carolina now, you're working in Texas or North Carolina. And you're going to take a huge quality of life hit, but it's your job. And for most of us, our job is our lifeblood, right? you go where the job says. And, you know, I didn't move to New York because I thought I was going to love it. I moved to New York because I got a job there that paid more than any other job I could get by quite a bit. And that's usually how people move, right? Like, Texas has a growing population, but Texas is an incredibly unpleasant state to live in. Texas has the least freedom of speech protections out of any state. It has one of the worst healthcare systems of any state. But it does have companies like, for example, Tesla has relocated to Texas for political reasons, right? It's also like the worst state for transportation. It's like the worst state for getting around is Texas. Controversial take, but I do think that traffic fatalities is an important metric for travel. A Republican supermajority in state and house, which is crazy because you've got a Dem governor and there's a real like people are talking about Texas has been swinging very hard left the last couple of decades. Factory supposedly dragged on, never build anything after. Yep, no, that's common. That's very common. That's very common. Yeah, if your local government starts making concessions to private companies to bring jobs in, they almost never get it. I mean, I definitely like North Carolina more than South Carolina, but there we go, a decent B. As California runs the citizens off. Yeah. Yep. And I mean, it's I think there's a lot of people who I know who have moved to Texas and did not realize what Texas was. It's really kind of interesting. Like relevant to a topic that I was talking about earlier. I had a Jewish coworker who moved to Texas. Hold on, Potato Bun, so I'm gonna finish the story. Who moved to Texas because she thought that New York wasn't Jewish friendly enough, which was a hell of a thing to believe. Hello, Potato Bun Stew. We are having a kind of serious conversation. How are you doing? How are you doing? What was your stream? What was your stream? For the readers, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I talk about history, I do calligraphy, and I don't know. I've not met Potato Bun Stew. I'm just being nice. Are you actually old? I am definitely not 30. I can tell you that one. I am cagey about my age because there are a couple of pieces of demographic information that are pretty identifying, and that's one I want to keep a lid on. But accusing me of being a boomer is fair. It would be fair to accuse me of being a boomer. People do it all the time. Younger than 30? Lol. That's very funny. That's very funny. Yeah, the popular bands for me growing up were, the Rolling Stones and Beatles and stuff like that. You got old brothers older than me? Yeah, those are old brothers. Those are old brothers if your brothers are old enough to remember World War II. Raised by grandparents. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. First thing I saw on wow, hello Amy Larage. Yeah, yeah. Are you an eldritch guy? There are some streamers older than me. I spelled this wrong. No J there, no J there. But welcome in, welcome in. What are you doing, Potato Bun Stew? Stone Age old. I'm gonna stop engaging with it, with the topic. Because I don't like people learning too many details about me. I like some degree of privacy. The Texas economy, your paper folding game, like paper folding roguelike named Cartoply. I've never heard it. I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that. I was playing a paper folding game off stream called Kami, which is just a puzzle game. Ooh, okay. Let me write this down. So I am still in the warm-up phase of the stream, just so you know. This is still the warm-up phase. If you stick around for a while, I will do a little calligraphy thank you message, but I gotta get through the warm-ups. And I think if people... I am noticing that my calligraphy is improving substantially. As we go on the stream. No, it's fine. That's fine. I'm pretty open about links. The truth of the matter is that my chats have so far been very well behaved. I have never actually had any problems where I felt like I even needed mods. The closest I got was when I was doing Dark Souls streams. I did have some mods to try to like delete spoilers, but it wasn't a problem. It wasn't actually a problem. I didn't actually need them to do anything. I have been very blessed. I have three. I have Mix, who you've seen around, and I have Space Circus and Flora, who are not around very often. And technically, all Seribot and Almantas are mods. That's pretty alright. Ringing endorsement. No, that you made it sound pretty interesting. But yes, if you would like to stick around, please feel free to do so. If you need to raid and run, also feel free to do so. Yes, I like this bow tie pattern a lot. I really like it. It's my favorite of the ties I've got. It's actually really funny. The pattern was one that my artist kind of made on the fly. He didn't actually really like it very much, but I liked it a lot. He made a necktie with this pattern, and I was like, no, use this pattern. This pattern I really like. It's very old man, reminds me of your grandpa. Good. My artist is amazing. My day, you wore onions on our belt because it was the style at the time. I think one of my least favorite things I've ever seen in The Simpsons was when they do a reveal that the onion on the... They do like a retcon or reveal that the onion on the belt thing was a prank that was being played on Abe Simpson. I didn't like that at all. It's not even like a matter of like canonicity. I just think it was really funny to take seriously that that was a fashion. Yeah, I don't know where it was. It was relatively late. Work on your writing or art? Go for it, go for it, go for it. If you want to work on your writing or art, while you're here, you can do that. If you need to leave, you can do that as well. I don't want people to feel like they are trapped here. This is supposed to be a cozy space. Well, cozy-ish space. You know, comfortable, maybe, space. And altered your pants? Go for it. Yes, please, please. I am somewhat envious. My skills at alteration are quite weak. My skills at alteration are quite weak. You did start on your second drawing journal. Ooh. I need to get started on that, to be honest. That's a skill that I'm very weak at, drawing in general. And it's not even that I have a particular love for it, it's just that, for calligraphy purposes, it would be better for my calligraphy if I had some scrungly little medieval guys to put in the corners. Alright, Galaxy Wolfstar, welcome in, welcome in. Good to have you here. Scrungle medieval, yeah, right? Okay, we are at the end of the line, and I am going to reposition it, but then we are going to let Lightbox Coon get a little nap, because we're about to hit ads. We're about to hit ads, and as is traditional for the old man, I am going to get up, use the bathroom, have a little bit of snack, and let you all and stretch. Right? I'll remember to stretch. I might work out redeem myself at this rate. All right. See you all in a few minutes. Welcome in. I am back. Thank you, Mama Maya, for the raid. Thank you, Mama Maya, for the raid. Shout out at Mama Maya. How was your stream, Mama Maya? Okay, she might be gone, but if she gets back, hopefully she tells me. But okay. That means I am now 2 raids deep into debts, which is what I deserve for not getting to making the thank you message until the 2-hour mark. You know what? I'm gonna start on that, actually. I'll just get back to the practice sheet after I put in the 2 of you. Okay. Okay. We're gonna stick with purple for the moment. I might do some color switching later. Fish Honkai Star Rail 3.8. Wasn't super impressed. I see. I hope that was still a good stream. Bad games can make good streams, right? I don't think, I thought, it's, the quality of the game and the quality of the stream are very different. You went to give a shout out on Reflex when they raided? Lol. Do you mod for a bunch of different people, Wasteland? Okay. Yeah, because I only mod myself, right? This is the only stream I'm a moderator on, is my own. I think with the C2 I can do it all in one line. And well, that's pretty good right there. And there we go. These are actually looking a little bit better than what I've been doing so far. Definite weakness of the dips versus the metropolitan, versus the parallels, the hairlines. And I think I can do this. And a little bit more. genuinely wonder if... Oh, Busujima Bibi, good to see you! Good to see you! How are you doing? How are you doing, my friend? Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Good streamer. Busujima Bibi, assuming she's actually here and she's not just following me based on... from afar. How are you doing? For some reason, I don't like that pangram. My pangram preferences are, I like amazingly few discotheques provide jukeboxes the most, and then pack my box with 5 dozen liquor jugs. The Sphinx of Black Courts Hear My Vow feels... It feels very tinny to me from like a writer perspective. I don't like it as a sentence. I know it's like a... I think I'm like the only person I know with this opinion. Hello, Emmerich. Hello, Emmerich. I think it's just me. I think it's just me. As far as it seems to be very popular. But it's just not very, like, natural sounding. It doesn't flow. Have a good night, Potato Bun Stew. Oh crap, I just remembered that I forgot to put out the thank you message for the last calligraphy stream, which is over a week ago. I don't even think I took a picture of it. I think I know I can see it. I know where it is. Oh! Oh! There we go. We have a raid. We have a raid. Hello, Busujima Bibi. Hello. Hello. Nutman raid. I guess I owe people the nuts. I guess I owe people the nuts. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Hold on, let's put it on. Let's put it on. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. What were you up to, Busujima? What's Busujima Bibi? I'm spelling that correctly. Yes, yes. What were you up to? What were you up to? Yes. I can call you Bibi. I like saying the full names. And hello, Veticamo. Hello, Veticamo. And hello to Zakosani and Scaldi. Yes, hello, Scaldi. And Scuti and Zirvas. Hello, hello, hello. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. I am an old man who loves old things, and I am doing old words. This is a calligraphy stream. I am a calligrapher. That is my skill. That is my skill. That is my art. I also paint miniatures and play city builders and puzzle games. Balattro's fun. Balattro's fun. Balatro is fun. But yes, for my people, Bibi, Bibi is a very cool, I'm making sure I don't get this wrong, Peruvian, correct? Streamer. She's a spider lady, if that is what you are into. And how do you know? I've watched your streams! That's how. That's how, Bibi. I've watched your streams and I pay attention. Well, yes, you can learn some very cool things about traditional Peruvian culture from her. I as a person with some anthropological and sociological background, I think it's actually very cool to get to learn things about cultures. You forget that people do that. Yeah, sorry for remembering. And hello, Pepper Pepper. Why am I an almond? Because I got raided with Nutman Raid, which I'm assuming was actually a Balatro reference. I've played some Balatro, but I haven't played it in a while, and I wasn't super hardcore. I played, I got up to like Purple Stake with a couple of decks. What is the Peruvian C word? What is this? What is this? The C word? Be careful about it, because if it's like an actual like racial slur, you might not want that, because I can't actually moderate it. It was Menherarium, but they call it Menherabel. Oh, it's actually a separate game. I thought you meant like you were playing like with a person. I thought you were playing with like a person, and this person was like deliberately trying to get you. I thought you were doing like co-op Balatro somehow, and I was like, that's interesting. That's intriguing. That's intriguing. Okay, so I have not played it. Okay, I misunderstood. My apologies. I also, there's like a fair number of times where like people will mention a game and I just assume that it's some sort of weeaboo slang that I just don't know. Because I'm like one of the least weeb VTubers, so I just kind of assume that people are talking about stuff that I just am unfamiliar with. One bad ending where they had the enemy girl do brain surgery and dump mixed nuts into our brains, making us brain dead. That will kill you. Yes, that will kill you. That is quite lethal. That is quite lethal. But yes, BB and the Raiders. If you are tired and cold, that is extremely reasonable. And you want to leave, I do not want to hold you hostage. I am currently just doing the thank you message for Raiders, because you are the third raid, so I gotta catch up on that before it becomes overwhelming. And if I'm good about this, then I'm able to do this right when people raid, and that's always a cool feeling. But if you need to raid and run, please do so. I am just having a nice chill time. Yeah, Menhera is crazy. Well, I understood it as just bad mental health in general. That like it was because Menhera just is a, I don't know what the term for it is, but one of those Japanese they take an American word, a garaigo, and then they abbreviate it. I always forget like what that combination is when they take a garaigo and they abbreviate it. So it's Menhera is mental health with a Japanese accent, then shortened. It's if you see a person saying like being Menhera, they I guess like the English use. The English usage is like more specific, and I'm thinking about the Japanese usage and behaving as if speakers of one language have to respect the usage of the loan word in their new language, which is not generally true. I don't think that that's true in general. As far as I know, like Menhera, like it never means just like you can never have like good Menhera. You can only have bad Menhera. There we go. That's a good B right there. I feel like my calligraphy has been of middling. Yeah, it doesn't operate in the sense of like, oh yeah, I need to take like a Menhera break. That's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take a break for to have a nice time. That never means like you're going to the spa. And you can't be like, oh, I'm improving my Menhera. Like I've never heard that grammar. Menhera ga jouzu desu. Like what? Oh, that's annoying. Those don't look, they look relatively parallel on the page, but I look at them on the camera and they look like they're so non-parallel. It's like I said, it's a Japanese word that comes from an English word, but has a different use in Japanese than it would in English. That's equivalent term in English. I think that's the most similar word that they would use in English would be like psycho. Like you can call somebody a psycho. In a way that I think kind of maps onto it. Okay, that's raid 1 in here. Hello, Nyanomancer. How are you doing, my friend? How are you doing, my friend? Are you hungover? Are you hungover, Mr. Mancer? Hold on a second. Why would I be? Let me give the shout out to Mr. Mancer. Mr. Mancer, one of my dear friends, one of my dear friends. I gotta check something here. Ah, yep. Still spry as a very old chicken. Yep. Tracking did not like whatever I was doing right there. That was pretty funny. So, and then it's Mama Maya VT. The cat got in again. Of course. We invited the cat in. It's a bit of a feral cat sanctuary. And feral. This is man endings. Very large cat or dog. Something that's shitting in my. What? Yeah, I was about to say. Like, your options are like feral, wild, and domesticated, right? Like, there's not a lot of other options. He doesn't know the lore? I'm just saying, I don't know the lore. I never know the lore, man. I never know the lore. I read stories, not lore. Oh, and Wink if you're alive. There we go. We got the hello, Wink. Hello, welcome in, Wink if you're alive. What were you up to, Wink, if you are alive? Let's give this quick shout out in there. Wink if you're at Wink if you're alive. There we go. Hello, hello. For the readers, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. I do calligraphy. This is what I do. I also paint miniatures and play, currently a lot of city builders. I play the kind of games that require spreadsheets. Let's put it that way. I'm a spreadsheets gamer, kind of person. What were you up to? What were you up to? What were you up to? And thank you, XXX Kirsty X, for the follow, and hello, John XXXU and TST_100 and SLVG Buckets and Wink if you're alive and Little Kool-Aid TV. So doing calligraphy, I think it's pretty sick. That's lovely. That's lovely. Metal Gear Solid for PS1. Ooh, I love that. I love that. I love that. How far did you get? How far did you get? I replayed Metal Gear Solid 1 on the PS1 version, last year. And then I meant to play 2 and 3 on stream, and I got distracted and didn't. How are you? So I'm hoping you were enjoying it. Just swap to disc. Okay. So, that means that you've gotten past, who is the last boss you fought? Who is the last boss you fought? That's what I'm kind of asking. That's the implicit question. I just want to make sure I don't spoil things. Oh, Marble Mouse, thank you for the follow. Sniper Wolf. Okay. Yeah, you're fighting Vulcan Raven. Okay. I mostly want to make sure you're past Ocelots. So one of the things that I really am thinking about a lot when I think about Metal Gear Solid, and I did an entire like impromptu lecture on my stream about this, right? Is that so Metal Gear Rex as the whole plot line of the game is about Metal Gear Rex, and it's a U.S. government black budget project. It's a U.S. government black budget project that is designed to add a nuclear capability to the United States arsenal of a stealthy land-based nuclear strike. Right? Like, that's the plan. That's the plan for Metal Gear Rex. So here's the problem with this. That doesn't help the US. Nuclear strategy is pretty complicated, but the US's nuclear strategy rests on a nuclear triangle, right? They call it the nuclear triad of 3 threats. The US has 3 threats. We have ICBMs, we have aircraft-delivered bombs and short-range ballistic missiles, and then we have intermediate and short-range ballistic missiles that are mounted on submarines. Okay, and the submarines are second strike, and the airplanes are rapid first strike, and the ICBMs are slow first strike. Okay, those are the purpose of all 3 of those, right? These all have purposes. They all fit into a strategy of nuclear deterrence. And that nuclear deterrence, yeah. And one really buff guy named Scrunchy, yeah. And we've experimented with other tools before, right? Like, famously the Davy Crockett, right? We used to have an infantry-mounted. We very briefly had an infantry-mounted nuclear weapon before deciding that this was extremely dumb. We decided that it was an extremely dumb weapon that did not enhance our strategy at all. And so so what does Metal Gear Rex, how does Metal Gear Rex fit into this? Why would we need a stealthy land-based non-missile launcher? Still in the nuclear ramjet aircraft. That one's crazy. And of course, Nanomancer is familiar with Project Orion, perhaps the most insane strategy like that has ever been like proposed and investigated. Yeah, the humble infantry nuke. Yeah, it was called the Davy Crockett. Very dumb. But yeah, Project Orion would actually work for some of its purposes. And Arav Komos, the reason for this was that obviously the Davy Crockett. No, I'm talking about real things. These are real things. The Davy Crockett was actually developed. You can see them. Like there are pictures of like actual real Davy Crockett's. The Davy Crockett was an infantry launched nuclear rocket. The idea was that for the only to deploy them in areas where the Soviets would do unopposed advances to funnel and direct their advances in the event of a land war in Europe. Right. It turns out that it just did not fit in with any of the actual U.S. strategies involved, and it was determined to just be really dumb and unnecessarily escalatory. Metal Gear Rex is insanely escalatory and has very little payoff, which I think is really interesting. This is actually what I think is the most interesting part about it. I'm just going entirely off of the DARPA chief's speech here that you saw before you fought not the DARPA chief. Yeah, the DARPA chief. The DARPA chief staff before you fought. I actually feel like this was intentional. Right. This is something that you hear from the DARPA. You learn this all from the DARPA chief before you fight Ocelot. That Metal Gear Rex is a really dumb plan. I really like this right here. Is a really dumb idea, and the main reason why it exists is to funnel money to one of the DARPA chief's friends. Like, that is the purpose of Metal Gear Rex. Metal Gear Rex is not intended to be a useful weapon. It is intended to use budgetary money that is non-discretion, the Congress has little insight into, to take money and put it into the pockets of a guy who is friends with the right people. Very funny. Very funny. Very, very funny that this is just complicated, a complicated version of dropping a bag full of cash, right? But yeah, I actually like the Raven fight. I feel like the fight that I liked the least on replay was Sniper Wolf. I thought Raven was actually quite a bit more fun. Mama Maya is Mama Maya capital VT? Yes, capital V, capital T. I'm grateful that so many people have VT in their names because capital V's are kind of fun to write. I could have made it better. I could have made it deeper. I should have started that a little bit sooner. Gothic capitals are fun, though. Hello, Mara Mara. To be fair, successfully developing a bipedal walking tank when all you really want is money laundering is... I know, right? I know. This is like a fun piece of political science about the United States, is that, like, our bribery is so complicated that you wind up inadvertently developing, like, world-changing technologies just because, like, you have to have, like, enough cover. Oh, that's true. Rex was not the first generation of that concept. That's true. That's true. And to me, it's always been a very funny part of the, like, it colors everything else in Metal Gear Solid and the Metal Gear series to realize that Metal Gear is a bad weapon. Like, on its own terms, right? Like, it's not even good on its own terms. I think that's a very, very funny a very, very funny thing to keep in mind. I think that like really like colors everything else going on, and so whenever somebody talks about Metal Gear as the ultimate weapon, it's like, oh, this person's an idiot. Like, this person's bad at military. Which I think is a very funny way to read the series. Just be like, oh yeah, a lot of these guys are like not good at their jobs. You had no idea before playing the Metal Gear Gun. That's very funny. This helps explain why Hal is allowed to incorporate his intentional design flaw. I know, right? I know, right? Also, hello, Raiden Bareback. Nice name. Yeah, Furo Syndros. This is something that like I end up talking about with Mix all the time, because Mix and I have very different opinions on this question. Because I think that analyzing this stuff from like a military porn, like a hardware military porn perspective, is actually a pretty rewarding lens that I think is fun. I think it's quite fun, and I think that like just like, oh, any design flaw can just be excused as like it looks cool, is actually not very interesting. And it ends up being, I end up in a funny place on this in the case of Rex, because I actually really like Rex, because Rex is so obviously like engineered to kill you. Right? Like, it's a bad weapon, but at least it like is menacing. Oh yeah, this is my handwriting. This is my handwriting, Raiden Bareback. Yeah. This is I'm writing a thank you letter to the Raiders. We'll get to Wink if you're alive in a moment. Yeah, it's again, like, the reason why it's bad is not even because of like any engineering flaw in it. It's because even if it did everything it set out to do with no flaws, it would be bad. I think the scariest weapons are present in MGS4. MGS4 is yeah, MGS4 has some pretty cool stuff in it. MGS4 also has like some of the dumbest writing I've seen in my life. Yeah, I don't want to spoil too many things for you. So I'm gonna. I was trying to stick to things you'd already seen. So I won't tell you what the thing is in MGS4 that I think is so damn dumb. But I hope that Niano can intuit. Oh, MGS2 rules. MGS2 rules. Yeah, they're wrong. MGS2 rules. My actual like big brain theory about the Metal Gear series is that Metal Gear Solid 2 is the one that is like the actual real artistic piece in the series. I think 3 is overall a better game, but I think 2 is the one that like actually is the one that's like really intentional, and like really has like a lot of like real artistic vision to it. So the thing about 2 that always I'm not gonna spoil, actually. I'm not 2 needs, there's a thing that needs to understand about like 2's context made people like 2's advertising and what it delivered were very, very different, and a lot of people cannot forgive that. That's what I'll say. Because you cannot have like, you can't, like, that's not something that's like spoilerable, right? Is like there was an advertising context for Metal Gear Solid 2 that was like misleading in a way that was incredibly funny, and I actually really support. Metal Gear 2 is bad. Okay, that is different. That's a different claim. That is a different claim. Yeah. That is a different claim. There we go. There we go. Didn't know they were games before Metal Gear Solid. That's fair. That's fair. I actually haven't played the old ones. My gaming history is not super, like, it's pretty patchy. It's pretty patchy. It was only like in last couple of streams that I figured out like what a large percentage of the city building genre I've played, which is nowhere near 100%, but I have played like a shockingly large percentage of them. Yeah, this is you. This is you. I might not have given myself enough space. I think I'm going a little bit too slow. Because I mostly learned how to do calligraphy using fountain pens, right? Not dip pens. And so the way that these feel on the page, right. Oh yeah, no, I always try to match the capitalization that people use. I always try to match the capitalization that people actually use. Because you can change your capitalization pretty easily in on Twitch. So if somebody has a capitalization that looks unusual, it's almost always intentional. They use a capitalization because they like it. Yeah, but there's artistic expression, right? Choosing to use unusual capitalization is a choice, and there are proper nouns that you're not supposed to capitalize. There are proper nouns that you're not supposed to capitalize. Most notably, bell hooks, right? Like if you capitalize bell hooks, your professors will mark it, right? And same with Dana Boyd. Dana Boyd and bell hooks should both always be lowercase. Oh, bell hooks is a yeah, bell hooks lowercase. Bell hooks is a writer. She's a feminist author. She's really good. She's really good. Bell hooks is a black feminist theorist, and she's like genuinely one of the best. I think she actually wrote one of the most depressing books I've ever read, which is kind of impressive given like the kinds of books that I tend to read. I think I'm pretty unusual for this one. I think All About Love like really left me down. Yeah, no, she's a nonfiction author. And Dana Boyd is I think she's considered generally a neuroscientist. Or like an experimental linguistic philosopher. She's written some very strange stuff. I like Boyd's work a lot. She did some really good work on the psychology of 3D programming. Yeah, you should look into bell hooks. You should look into bell hooks. Bell hooks is very readable. I don't know what I'd recommend reading of hers first. I haven't actually used bell hooks in a while, so I'm trying to remember what she wrote other than All About Love, which I read relatively recently. Yeah, no, bell hooks does no capitalization. Dana Boyd does no capitalization. With their names, at least. They'll capitalize other stuff. And I cannot lie, it still kind of bugs me that I feel like I'm supposed to capitalize Bell, like, if it's the first word in a sentence. I feel like that's supposed to take precedence, and I actually cannot remember. I genuinely cannot remember what takes precedence, if you're supposed to, like, keep the weird typographic choice, or if you're supposed to... It's just like, well, it's a regular... I capitalize the word run if it's the first word of a sentence, so... I think opinion might be divided on that. Yeah, I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know. But there you are, Wink, if you're alive. There you go. Okay, big ol' sip of water. And now I'll get back to the warm-up sheet, which I didn't actually complete. Actually, hold on a second here. Let's... No, I'm gonna go back to the warm-up sheet. I'll come back to this in a minute. I don't know. I've seen both, to be honest. I actually have seen both used. I have seen, like, lowercase B at the start of the sentence, which looks very strange to me. That feels very unnatural to me. We're on to 4. Hello, Minty Dragonfire. Watching writings, I do a lot of writing myself as therapeutic. Good. I do feel like this is a lot of how people watch my streams, which I actually kind of appreciate. Not just writing, right? But like people will do art and research and laundry and cook and stuff while my stream is going. And I find it very flattering. I find it very, very flattering. So yeah, do relax your hands when you're writing, Wink, if you're alive. You don't need a lot of pressure. You really don't need very much pressure, and if you're using a pencil or a fountain pen, or a dip pen like this, or a marker, the weight of the tip against the paper should produce enough pressure. Are you squeezing it really hard as well? Not just like pressing hard, but are you like squeezing it hard as well? I kind of like saying people's full names. Ride and Bareback, it is no longer... The worst... The one I'm the most ridiculous about is X underscore A underscore N underscore A underscore D underscore U underscore. That one I always find a lot of fun to say. A name has to be very long for me to like want to give up on saying the full name. And actually, to tell you guys kind of a dirty secret here, it's easier for me to just say the longer name than to remember what nicknames are acceptable. The memory thing is harder for me than just talking more. Oh. Written by Liv. Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Raiders. Welcome in. Welcome in. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who does old things. Yes, this is the calligraphy spot. This is one of the only streams where you will see people doing calligraphy on the air. I hope you are able to enjoy it. But thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Hold on, let me give you the shout out. I almost forgot about one of the most important tasks for me to do as a streamer. /shout out at Written by Liv. And Ryden Bareback, thank you for the follow. What were you doing, Written by Liv? What were you doing? I will say, as hobbies go, it's actually pretty cheap to get into. It is definitely on the cheaper end of hobbies to get into. Pens are really not that expensive. This is a speedball nib holder, and you can't buy it by itself. You always have to buy it with the nibs, and with the nibs, it's like $8. I find them to be a little bit harder to use and to learn on than what I did, which was a Pilot Parallel, and each Pilot Parallel was like $15, and they're reusable for an extremely long time. And yes, you can do it with markers. I went with a marker first. Writing sprints. Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool. I'm assuming when you say a Middlegate series, you mean fiction? You mean fiction. Oh no, you for Gothic you write with guides. Medieval scribes wrote with guides. Nobody's writing without a guide. No, nobody's freehanding this stuff. That's crazy. That's crazy. No, I've got guidelines. My guidelines are printouts that I put under and use a light box. We got two W names in a row, two lowercase w names in a row. So let me get this one. This is where I want to be, right? Where while the raider is still here, I can still get in their name, right? Well, they can still watch. Fiction for middle grade. Okay, you're also right. YA and new adult. I am impressed with you. I write a lot. I get published a couple of times a year. Hello, FR Cloudy. But I write nonfiction. I find writing fiction really, really hard. And I really struggle with writing dialogue. Dialogue is like an actual nightmare for me. I kind of think anybody who can write decent dialogue is like making deals with fairies or something. Uni and you haven't like that. I mean, it's a different skill set, right? Like, okay, I'm actually glad you understand this because fairly frequently people ask me for like fiction writing advice, and the only real advice I have for fiction writing is don't start with writing a giant thing. Write small stuff that you get write like short stories that you get all the way to publication. don't start by trying to write something that's like 500,000 words, because there's so many things you learn about the writing process that you cannot learn by just like researching and polishing and doing this, working on the same thing over and over again. You learn it by going through the entire process, and learning that process is valuable and will make the rest of your writing a lot better. That's the main thing I can say about fiction writing. Oh, I hit add. Whoop. What's gonna happen here? F. I missed. I used a snooze and I ran the ad early. F. You should use simple descriptions. Bluntly. The writing an absolute quagmire description is how you lose. Okay, I'm gonna leave this up here for Liv. But I am going to kill myself for the moment. So I will be back in a few minutes because I do need to get up and stretch as a matter of discipline, but I'll be back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. There we go. Uh, oh, hold on a second. Instead of writing comic strips, which is even worse. Simplified explanations tag along with what I'm writing. Yeah, Itsy Bitsy Bones, writing big detailed descriptions is not the best use of your time as a writer. Like, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm used to dealing with more overwriters than underwriters, as Liv describes it. But I generally consider underwriting things to be a much less problematic sin than underwriting. I'm sorry, than overwriting. But also I'm an editor, so overwriting gives me a much harder job. Is much more annoying for me from an editing perspective to tell somebody like, dog, you have to cut like all of this crap, than it is to tell them, and I like cutting stuff, than it is to be like, hey, could you like add more detail here? The name is awesome. Oh, thank you. It's put a lot of work into the writing. I'm very happy with this design. There's some discussion of NSFW writing, which is fine, which is all good. Using the English language to inflict psychic damage. Psychic Wasteland Mad Guy, I think you're very fun. I like you. The more visually anchored scenes are probably easier to get into a flow in general, I'd say. Oh, yeah. Yeah. How the characters react to each other. Interesting. Because to me, it's not obvious that it would particularly matter one way or another. To me, it's kind of obvious that what would matter is like an NSFW scene is just a fiction scene with a different motivation than an action scene or like a courtroom scene. And so if you're more interested in those parts of how a character is motivated than in like how guy punch other guy, then like, yeah, you're gonna write it with more vitality, right? Okay, let's see. Let's get in here. There we go. Motivations and intention. Yeah. That's yeah. That is how I think of it, at least, right? That's how I think of it, at least. I guess I tend to focus on that a lot, though. It's worth kind of saying, like, when I am doing analysis of fiction, which I do more analysis of fiction than I do writing my own fiction, right? I've written more reviews than I've written stories, to put it another way. I definitely do tend to focus on the characters, and like why they're doing things, and like what the story can tell us about those motivations and how they interact. That does tend to be like a lot of where my focus and attention goes. Uh, Total aphantasia years of research writings. Yeah, that's understandable. It's understandable. I think so, I tend to prize succinct quite a bit in descriptions. This is one of those things that that I think is kind of interesting, right? And I think that Liv has probably noticed this as well as anybody else who's been writing fiction. Writing really long descriptions of things just kind of loses your audience's attention. You really do ultimately kind of have to rely on your audience's ability to meet you halfway. And like let them fill in a lot of the blanks for you. LOTR is very, I think LOTR is actually quite efficient. I think LOTR is I think LOTR is actually pretty efficient. But even like Brian Jakes is a much more heavy description writer than Tolkien. And even Brian Jakes, like, who's famous for these incredibly lavish descriptions of, in particular, very, very lavish descriptions of food. Liv, you have not seen some of the crap that people do with fantasy writing. I think LTR is quite efficient. Yeah, I think LTR is quite efficient. But even Brian Jakes will still, like, kind of leave characters at, like, 3 adjectives, right? Which is pretty long, which is quite a few. But, like, 3 is like quite a few. Liv, you have no idea. What is that series called? The weird libertarian fantasy series is way worse than that. Martin is way less efficient than Tolkien. Martin is way less efficient than Tolkien. I don't even think that's close. And then, of course, Liv, I mostly read nonfiction. The book that I have been reading over the last weekend is a, I believe it's 980 pages of reference materials about the Spartan economy and culture. One of my favorite books is a 800-page work on Sumerian debt relief. No, Tolkien's like, I mean, Tolkien's not exactly McCarthy. I actually have a 7,000 word draft that I'm pretty sure I can cut 3,000 words from, sitting on my laptop right now. Yep, purple won the vote. Purple won the vote. Oh, another raid. Hold on. Hello, raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology. I am a current VTuber. I am an old man who loves old things. Let me give you the shout out. What were you up to, Mage Crawl? What were you up to? What were you up to? What were you up to? Uncle Bill Drowen, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Also an old man? Excellent, excellent, excellent. There are dozens of us. There are dozens of us. There are dozens. Mischievous Moths, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Yes, we were just discussing, editing. Reading Dungeon Crawler Carl. Oh, I have not read Dungeon Crawler Carl. But that's an intriguing name. That's an intriguing name. A very gnomic name, you might even say. Dungeon Crawler Carl. Such a Germanic name. Hodkinson? Yes, I am reading Hodkinson. I'm reading, Hodkinson I'm reading, and also, who's the other one I was reading? Powell. I'm reading Hodkinson, Powell, and Mafasi. Mafisi is I've really liked. Oh, it's only 3 hours in. I usually do it for like 6 or 7 hours. Oh, thank you, Emage. Thank you, Emage. Your Witcher journal. I do Witcher and document Geralt's love life on weekends. That's very funny. That's very good. That's very good. That's very good. That's pretty funny. Emage, you might actually appreciate this, because I think it was one of my funniest things I've ever done in gaming. Was that when I played the Witcher series, I made a decision, an executive decision during Witcher 1, that I was going to play Geralt, starting in Witcher 1, as completely monogamously a Triss guy. I had never read the books. I didn't know crap about it at all. And it was all three games, completely monogamous Triss. Completely monogamous Triss. And people get so mad at me for this. People have yelled at me for this. But you understand. Also, have a good day, Liv. Have a good day, Liv. Thank you for the raid, and thank you for stopping by, and thank you for your insights, for your thoughts about writing. Witcher 1's pretty good. Yeah, the monogamous gen makes sense. For people who are unwilling to do monogamous Triss, I think the best scene in the entire set of 3 games is when you dump Yen. I'm not joking around. I think that is actually the best scene. I know it's like very anti-canon, but I think it's the best acted, best blocked, and best realized. I'm talking about when you're on the ship, after you kill the genie. The way her heart breaks is amazing. It's really well done. It's really well done. It's really well done. People have gotten mad at me for it, because they're just like, no, but like Yen and Geralt should be together. I'm like, well, I made a decision, and I stuck to it. And it's really interesting in Witcher 3, because Triss doesn't understand it, right? Like, Triss is like, what are you doing? I hurt you so badly. I'm a terrible person. And you're just like, no, I don't care. And it's really interesting. It's really, really interesting. I really, really liked it. I really, really liked it. And yeah, I did also kind of not like Yen very much as a, I was like, I just kind of don't think these two should be together. Calm down, Bob the Builder. But yeah, it was a very fun experience for me. It was a very, very fun experience for me. And yeah, I would actually say worth one. Witcher 3 is kind of like a better game overall than 1 and 2. But I think 1 and 2 are actually pretty genuinely worthwhile. And actually, I don't know if you've seen this image, Carl. Have you seen the Annie Austin video about the rivers of The Witcher? About the Pontar? Annie Austin's so good. Annie Austin's so good. Annie Austin, my goat. The rivers, he's so good. One of my jokes that I constantly make is that Annie Austin has already done the best long-form video I could ever do, which is employment surveys of video game cities. Like, in terms of the stuff that I like and that I could do and that would make sense, employment surveys of video game cities is like the best I could ever imagine, and he's already done it, and I'm so jealous. I'm so envious. He's it's so frustrating for me. Yes, he did. It was really good. It's really good. It's a really good video. There we go. There we go. There we go. I'll let that... Thank you for the bits image. Thank you. Thank you very much for the bits image, Crawl. That's very, very kind of you. It's very kind of you. It's very, very kind of you. But yes, I like to do this for raiders. I hope I don't get more than 2 or 3 more raids, which, given this only the 3.5 hour mark, that's actually... Yeah. Yeah. A little dicey there. But yes. Oh, big old stretch here. Which I suppose is nice of time to note that, yes, I do take commissions. Oh my goodness. Probably. Is she wrapping up? This feels like a short stream for her. I was kind of hoping to raid into her. But yes, if you would like to commission me, there is my commissions page. I am a bit behind, so don't be surprised if it takes me a while to respond. I've got a big one that I'm still chewing through that's occupying a lot of brain space. But I still haven't actually gotten through my warm-up page. Admittedly, I didn't start on the dot at all. I gotta print out a new version of this. Yeah, living in memory until somebody burns down the library. And remember also that paper... I live in New York, right? I live in New York, which is a terrible natural environment for preservation purposes. Humidity is a real concern for the survival of paper and writings in the long term. It causes them to rot, right? as a real consideration for, like, this is a lot of why we have so much more surviving records of the Roman Empire in Egypt than in the rest of the Roman Empire. Ooh, that's a really good C. So what is being talked about for the Roman Empire? What do you mean? What do you mean? Fill me in here a little bit, because I actually like talking about the Roman Empire a lot. Actually, I should correct that. I like talking about the Roman Republic a lot. Mimi is the Roman Empire fan. I am the Roman Republic studier. But yeah, with the Romans, I think not just a majority, but a super majority of all of our Roman writings are from Egypt, are from the Egyptian province. I was just talking about preservation. I was talking about source preservation. Where the things like paper tend to get destroyed pretty easily. This is cotton. This is cotton paper. Let me grab it. This is what I'm using right now for my default paper. This Strathmore sketch. I'm not going to lie, my actual problem with it is that it's bigger than 8.5 by 11. So it's actually really annoying to find folders. It's actually really annoying to find folders. But yeah, I'm in a pretty wet environment. I mean, we kind of do. We use 8.5 by 11. But this is a sketch pad, so it's using something weird. But almost all of my paper is 8.5 by 11. Well, we call standard, right? We call it standard paper size. Oh, yeah. No, I only end up using that when I buy pads from Europe. Good S. Really good S. Good C, good S, really bad TH. Really bad U. My U's have been really bad. U's have been really bad all night. What even is US letter size? Yep. Yep. Rebecca Laffersmith, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Not sure about these V's right now. Not sure about these V's at the moment. Yeah, I'd have to pull him on. Mix has a couple of things going on, as most of us do, right? Most of us have a couple of things going on. You know, yeah. And I know he has a thing where there are certain emotions that he experiences in very attenuated or even absent forms. Romantic love is the one that he tends to highlight, where he's just like, yeah, I don't experience it like at all. And yeah, it was jukeboxes is what I'm looking for. Jukeboxes. I don't know why why I was just like fading out on that one. I was like, what the heck is a... I just had the dumbest... I just had the weirdest sense of relief. Weirdest sense of relief. Which is... I looked at my list of who is currently live, and I saw that Bodega is not currently live. It's very rare for me to... hello, Theo. It's very rare for me to be live at the same time as Bodega, and she tends to raid me when she is. And I was like really stressed out about that. I was like, I am not in the mood for having a like 400 person stream right now. That's very fair. That's very fair. And I would not be someone new. Hello, Aleph Moo. This is writing better class? Depends. I do have opinions about how to write better in general, but currently I'm just writing prettier, which isn't necessarily better. I'm also not really giving a class. I'm just talking and doing. I really don't do very much educational content anymore. People say they feel smarter watching my streams, but I think that's just because I'm providing like a relaxed, like a symposia style environment. As opposed to like an actual like, I don't know, like instructional environment. I guess you can learn from that. You don't need good handwriting. Sophisticated environment. That's a fancy way to put it. Yeah, Aleph Moo is a mathematician. Or at least a math VTuber. I'm gonna leave the S implied. Do you know pi? Lol. Math is, I think math is an extraordinarily misunderstood subject by a lot of people. I think it's a real testament to how bad math education is, that people tend to think of math as this kind of like rules-based experience, right? I shouldn't say rules-based, but rules-following experience, which is not, I think, at all reasonable. And I think that's a flaw of the education, not of the subject matter, right? Because the actual subject matter is honestly very close to doing like philosophical arguments. I think it's actually that it tries too little. I think it tries too little is my issue. Math education, at least. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, yeah. Being too good, it gets you called a dork, and it's one of those things, Aleph, I'm sure that you've seen this before. Like, if somebody says that they're a history teacher, people who are outside of education and academia will be like, oh, that's so interesting. If you're a physics teacher, they're like, oh my goodness, that's incredible. And if you're a math teacher, every single person's reaction is, God, I hated math so much. And I don't think most people do or should. I think that math is a quest, right? Math is a quest to see how rules collide. That is what it is. It is a rules to see how is a quest to see what happens when you collide rules into each other. It's actually really cool, and the reality is that everybody does math. It's extraordinarily hard to use language without using math. Like, and it's also worth saying, Wasteland Mad God, being actually good at math is super rare. Like, I am, this is my impression, because my experience with math was actually largely driven by the math department at my university. I would go drinking with the math department at my university because drinking with the philosophy department and the sociology department was really stressful. They were extremely not chill, and I only wanted to deal with them when I was working, so I hung out with the math department when I wanted to get drunk, because they were way more chill, and way more fun. And, oh yeah, no, it was. That is correct. That is correct. The philosophy humanities group, it was a constant, you had to be like 100% on your game at all times. Every minute I spent with them was career advancement, and they were really ruthless. So I didn't have fun hanging out with them outside of work. If I was doing work with them, it was fine. But like, just like hanging out with them outside of work was actually really unpleasant. So I hung out with the math department, and the math department, what I understood from the math department, from hanging out with the math department, was that there is a level, almost everybody has about the same level of math ability. The vast majority of humans have roughly the same level of math capacity. It's a matter of, like, getting through it, right? It's a matter of actually following through. And there is a level of math skill that is really, truly above that. And the math people who are, like, substantially better, you get, like, there's, like, 5 of those alive at any given moment in history. Like truly, actually talented at math people in a way that cannot be replicated with just education. It's like, sometimes you might go an entire century with one. right? Like, it's very rare. It is very rare for somebody to be like truly like remarkably better at math than somebody else. You know, it's like not even every Fields Medal winner. Like, it's like not even necessarily every Fields Medal winner is like particularly talented. Computer science people are the cringe or just bad social people. I can believe that. I can believe that. I'm kind of old enough that like the computer science people I knew were largely mathematicians and philosophers who realized that they could parlay their PhD into a new field. That's kind of how it looked to me. That's kind of how it looked to me. I'm gonna do all capitals for a second here. Because the other thing I could be working on right now in terms of practice skills is just... No, hold on. Broke my own rule there. Let's... math history is very interesting. This is actually kind of insane, right, Aleph Mu? Is that almost every other subject on the planet is taught with an eye towards its own history. Physics you're taught in history. Physics you're taught in history, right? Well, you're taught in physics history, right? You're taught about Newton. You're taught about Hooke. You're taught about Einstein. You're taught about Dirac. But you don't talk about math history. You don't talk about Euler and Erdős, although I don't know why you'd be studying Erdős until you're like really advanced. But like you don't really spend a lot of time talking about Newton as like a person. Number theory class is crazy. Number theory class is crazy. Oh, changes in IT. Okay. The names I said were Euler, Erdős, Newton. So Euler's spelled like this. Erdős is spelled kind of like this. Erdős is the most published mathematician of all time. That doesn't mean he's the most important. He's just the most published. He is really infamous for a concept called the Erdős number. So Erdős is a really fascinating figure as a historian. No. He's a World War II survivor. Euler is the one who was around in the Stone Age and got to publish everything. Euler gets to be the second most published mathematician and is the most influential. There's a case to be made for Erdős is Kevin Bacon. So Erdős was a Holocaust survivor. Okay, that's the first thing to understand. Erdős was in the camps, and I don't think that Erdős was in the camps, and unsurprisingly, he went insane. Okay, he was extremely badly traumatized by what he experienced during the Holocaust. And as a result of that, for pretty much the rest of his life, he he was kind of homeless. He was kind of homeless. And the way that what this meant, right, was that the way that he lived was other mathematicians would let him stay on their couch. No. He's not like Dionysus. He's not like Diogenes. Other mathematicians would let him stay on their couches, and he would just move between different mathematicians across the United States. And then what happened at the end, and what would happen is that every single time he did that, yeah, he was a math bum. And he published 1,680 papers, I think, somewhere around there. He broke Euler's record. He published an insane number of papers. But he would give co-authorship to the people he was staying with. Yeah, you can barely get one, right? So he published 1,600 papers, and he gave co-authorship credit to everybody he stayed with. And that means that an enormous number of people who were mathematicians who were alive at the time have co-author credits with Erdős. And so, that meant that, now you've got like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people have co-authorship credits with him. And so there's a concept called the Erdős number, which is, so if you co-authored a paper with Erdős, your Erdős number is 1, right? It's like Kevin Bacon. You have degrees of separation from Erdős. So if you co-authored with Erdős, it's 1. If you co-author with somebody who co-authored with Erdős, you have an Erdős number of 2. See where I'm going with this? So this is it's like a little bit of degrees of separation. Yep. Yes, a status symbol. There we go. That's the word. It's a little bit of a status symbol among mathematicians to have a lower Erdős number. I've never met anybody who takes it super seriously. Oh, you think I got it wrong? What do you think I got wrong if you looked it up? I don't mind being wrong, but that's how I always heard it. Yeah, he was in the States in the 40s? Huh. I mean, there's a very big difference between being in the States in 1947 and 1942. Oh, then maybe I was wrong. Well, that's how I learned the story. Well, so it goes. I only talk to people with an Erdős number of 0. That's goofy. Theo. Yes, Rexy Raibu. It is worth saying that, like, if you look at Hindi numerals, they're a little bit different than Arabic numerals. Yeah, he left Hungary. Yep. I mean, he would have died if he probably wouldn't have made it out. Yep. You're correct. Thank you, Worth1. Thank you, Worth1. For the fact check. I was going off what I learned in history class, right? But yeah, you asked if he was probably autistic. I mean, yeah, probably. Anyone was suggesting he wasn't, lol. Y's always are a little bit tricky for me. Capital Y's. Yeah, I mean, Aleph Mu, I mean, the one who's, like, sad is, Gettle, right? You know, Gettle is the one who depresses me. But yes, you were wondering, Worth One, Warthrone. I keep on pronouncing your name incorrectly. Warthrone was asking who's funding these? The people he's couch surfing with. Math is really cheap. Math is very, very cheap. The price of math is measured in calories and chalk. I'll try to keep it to Warthrone, though. I try to be... I try to get people's names right. It just feels respectful to me. Yeah, don't worry about it. Chemistry is expensive. Next IRL endeavors to a math camp at significant pay cut. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, history of the expense is usually access to archives. Which the price of how expensive it is to access archives changes all the time. I don't know how bad the Vatican archives are. As in, I literally don't know how bad the Vatican archives are. Yeah, same Aleph move, very silly. The archives that I'm familiar with being a real challenge are, like the Chinese archives have closed up a lot. The Chinese state archives used to be really, were briefly very valuable. The Soviet archives were open for like 20 years and are basically just closed now. The Soviets, I mean, the Soviets themselves are in fact gone, but yeah, the Soviet archives were pretty open for the 90s and up until about 2010 or so, and it's just like, they just like closed shut. So like almost all of the really good research on the Soviet Union had to be done in like a pretty strict era. I had approved for a grant in 2021 for traveler research on some journals that had just been uncovered and no one did anything with them because they were in English. They were or weren't in English. Because it's very funny and interesting if they were in English and they just happened to be that they were like archives that were found in like Spain. Calculating the volume of a donut. Ooh, that's very good. That's very good. Called the Pappas-Golden theorems. That's very cool. That's very cool. Well, I mean, Russian bureaucracy has in some ways gotten more insane, War Throne. You know, there's currently, you know, a war on where Russia is hostile to almost every country on the planet. They were in Petersburg. Okay, okay. That's very funny. It's very funny when an archive doesn't get used because it's in English. That's very rare. It's pretty common for a resource to not get used because it's in a language that too few people speak. Well, and but Aleph Mu means that Aleph Mu is referring to toruses as a shape. Did not get to go there. Yeah, yep. Yeah, so, deep fried, how expensive is, because we, for like the Romans, right? For the Romans and Greeks, they are transporting around industrial quantities of olive oil, but you need, well, if you're in Egypt or Rome, it's going to be olive oil, not tallow. Tallow would be more expensive. Tallow would be considerably more expensive than olive oil. But like that doesn't the same as like you would want to use it inefficiently, right? Like just because you have a ton of it doesn't mean you want to be like careless with it. Yeah, tallow would be beef fat, which would make it very expensive. I'm not familiar with any pre-modern deep frying. I have had things that look like donuts that are baked, right? That's quite a bit. Oh yeah, beef is a luxury food, just in human history. Beef is functionally always a luxury food. Beef is really expensive. It's just like a literal biology thing, like but like it's just like a very literal biology thing. Like a cow produces less meat per acre of cropland than competing animals. And even those are pretty inefficient, but even for like grazing, even for like actual grazing land, it's horrible compared to sheep or goats. Getting some costochondritis. Oh. God, I love the Gothic capital S. I love this capital S. I should get a drink Almantas. Nice. I'm probably going to enable the hydrate regime tomorrow. I don't want to enable hydrate tonight because I'm pretty tired and I don't really feel like it mixes super well with this one. But tomorrow's gonna be Rabbit and Steel with some friends, so the people in charge of the Navy on both sides kept their journals in English. Oh, I know why. I can tell you why, Warthrone. I'm actually kind of curious. I'm kind of curious if Wasteland Mad God believes me. It has the same idea. But, I have a theory, and I think I'm correct on this one. I'm kind of curious what Wasteland Mad God's the actual expert. my theory, I'm not going to prove it. This is a speculation, okay? Fine, I'll call it a speculation. This is a speculation. My speculation is that it is because of the British Navy. That's my speculation. That the British Navy wrote in English, and Japanese in particular, I know Japanese officers, but I suspect Russian officers as well, learned their naval training from the British. And this is very true of the 19th century, and it's very, very true in the case of Japan. A lot of blind aping of other cultures and that are perceived as successful and just doing things the way they did them, because you didn't know what was the part of which parts of their system were load bearing, so you copied as much of it as possible. Like the Japanese constitution of the Japanese Meiji Constitution is based really heavily on the Prussian Constitution, not because they thought really critically about the Prussian Constitution and what it did. They aped a lot of the Prussian Constitution because they knew the Prussian Constitution was successful and produced the kind of society that they were comfortable with and wanted to have, so they copied as much of it as possible. Well, the US also speaks English, but for in the 1890s, it would be weird to learn Navy from the US. The US didn't have a strong Navy reputation in the 1890s, even if they probably deserved one, maybe. I'm not really sure. I'm not that much of a Navy historian. Yeah, I suspect they were aping the British. Yeah. They were. In the 1860s. The Japanese did look at a lot of US institutions and discard them. Like, the Japanese didn't use the US Constitution on purpose. They looked at the US Constitution and didn't like it. The big reason why they didn't like the US Constitution is because we didn't have a king. They really want to have a constitution. They really want to have a monarchy. Yeah. In World War, up until World War II, I don't think we were considered a particularly powerful naval country. We are about to go into ads. I hope that what I said wasn't so bad. Hey, Togo Heihachiru in his own words, please use a reincarnation of Horatio. I do. Thank you for that reminder. That's really funny. That's really funny. So I mostly know this from reading accounts from British and French and German colonizers. I know colonization much more than I know actual military history. They tended to, mostly Europeans did not think very highly of America as anything other than just producing an enormous amount of goods. They thought we were very good at creating material wealth, and didn't respect us a lot for on military affairs in particular. Many British commentators in particular thought that we were very pathetic at land warfare, and thought that the only reason why the American Civil War was as bloody as it was because we were stupid. Okay, we are going to ads. I will be right back. Everybody, please stretch, water, etc., and I'll see you in a few minutes. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I accidentally clicked on the wrong one. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I gotta go back here a second. Yeah. So trench warfare had been around for a minute, actually. I think my understanding is that the first time we see large-scale trench war is in the 17th century Spain. Was that War of Spanish? Would that be War of Spanish Succession? I think older trenches. Well, no, it's a different concept though. Like the part where you're digging in the dirt, you're not. I think that there is a difference between creating a trench as an obstacle and creating a trench as a fortification, as a defense work. The general concept of earthworks is very different. Yeah, and specifically, like, really good gunpowder projectiles is the big one. Really good gunpowder projectiles and ultimately, like field guns. Yeah, the U.S. Civil War used very little linear warfare. It was... And part of this has to do, right, my understanding, Wasteland Mad God, I think you are actually more educated on this topic than I am. My understanding is that there was just a lot more room for maneuver in the U.S., and so there were forms of maneuver warfare that we felt pretty comfortable with using that wouldn't be very good in the old world. We also used cavalry quite differently. We also did pretty different cavalry use. Yeah, I mean, different leaders tried different things, right? The part of what's really horrifying in warfare is that people will just try shit. Your commanders will just try shit because they want to win, and they don't know if it'll work or not, and the way they figure out if it'll work or not is, do you die? I try a lot of different things in my streaming, and what happens if I try out something and it doesn't work is that I either get a stream with low attendance or I go, oh, that stream sucked. Right, like, if I try something in my calligraphy that I don't think works very well, you know, it's just paper. Right, it's just paper. This is a far more noble pursuit. Right. Than getting other men killed. This is the time they continue shooting each other for protracted engagement. Okay, yeah. So that's yeah, that's actually, there's a really good book about that. Wasteland Mad God may have read it, but I think other people might not have. I've recommended it a few times on here before. Infantry in Battle. Infantry in Battle. I think my roommate has my copy of it. Infantry in Battle is really good, and this is something that the officers in it talk about fairly frequently. is this belief that I don't think is strictly speaking wrong, that the most dangerous thing you can do with your men's lives in a that one burns. The most dangerous thing you can do with your men's lives, the most wasteful thing you can do, is let them get bogged down in shooting. The perspective of a lot of infantry commanders, and I don't think this is strictly wrong, was that you are most likely to... Whoever charges first... Hello, Beeple Hello, Beeple whoever charges first is likely to win the charge. And whoever shoots first is most likely to miss their shot. And if you charge home and you rout the opposing unit, you are pretty likely to get away with almost all of your men being alive. But if you stand there shooting, you stand a real chance of losing, 50-70% of your unit. Right? Of going from 10% casualties to 50 to 90% casualties because you stood in a field trading fire. That was kind of their perspective. I don't think it's like strictly wrong. I think it has to do... Yeah, it does depend on, different officers had different feelings about it. And this is 18th century, not 19th century, right? So we're dealing with substantially less accurate firearms. A pretty common one was, advance up to something like 100 meters, fire once, and then charge immediately. Like fire once and then charge immediately. Alpha Mu, pre-smokeless powder infantry engagements could be wildly deadly. It's actually really interesting in a kind of grotesque way that, ancient armies, you're talking about 10 to 15% casualty rates for major battles. And that's including both sides, and that's including the route after the battle, right? That's considered a high casualty rate, and it's actually pretty fair. It's a high enough casualty rate that, if you increase the pace of battles, the operational tempo, significantly, you can, depopulate entire countries. But in the case, and once you get up to, but when you're in the smoky powder era, then units often can't tell how many casualties they've taken or how many casualties they've inflicted. So there are stories of units of men. I remember from the Great Northern War, some stories of units that were depleted to the tune of 75% and didn't know. They just actually don't know that they're completely fucked, that they're gone. Because they can't see anything. Right? And that produces incredibly high casualty rates when units aren't breaking. Yeah, right? Isn't that I thought that was really interesting. And yeah, Alpha Mu, the two books about 18th century tactics that are really popular with the military historians I talked to, one is Infantry in Battle, which I just talked about, and the other one is called With Zeal and Bayonet Only. In this calligraphy stream, I have to eventually put pen to paper. Do Infantry in Battle you'll like. I think you will. I would recommend reading Infantry in Battle if you're thinking about writing nonfiction, or even fiction, actually. Because Infantry in Battle is primarily written from the perspective of a is written primarily from the perspective of the soldiers who served in line infantry regiments. It's a lot of journal entries and a lot of like letters from soldiers to home. And it's a lot about like their perspectives. Yep, yep, Aleph, yep. I've been pronouncing Aleph because it's people don't know this. So Aleph is the Hebrew letter, but it's also used as a mathematical symbol and the concept of beginnings in quite a few other societies. And so like Elif is a Turkish woman's name, for example. It's the same thing. So if you feel like I'm pronouncing it weird, that's why. It's because I knew it. I've met a couple of people named Aleph. Have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night, Warthrone. It was good to have you here. Yeah. No, don't worry about it. I'm in no rush. I do gotta reprint these. Yeah, fractalize. That's very cool. That's very cool. Fractals are cool. Fractals are cool. Yep. Also let it. Yep. Okay, I can redeem myself on the V. Maybe. Not 100% sure about the eyes I've been doing. This is the more normal eye I do. This is a little bit of a variation. This just feels like a mistake. This just feels like I fucked up. Getting some minds of medieval infantry facing a heavy cavalry charge. Yeah, terrifying. Terrifying. Infantry in Battle actually has a really interesting passage about that. About infantry doing drills where they would have a guy come at you with a horse and all you had was a stick. And they would demonstrate the ways in which horses could be kind of like led, right? With you don't necessarily have to hurt the horse, but horses will kind of not want to poke themselves in the eye, right? And so you can kind of force horses to not complete charges through positioning and through the manipulation of the horse's sight lines. Most of what I know about math history, I'm going to be honest, I learned from Chris Staker, who is insane. What a good YouTuber. Hold on, I'll grab it. I'll grab it. Hold on. Let me go see if I can grab it. Yeah. You're going to like this a lot, Aleph Moo, if you haven't seen his stuff before. Chris Staker does videos about largely obsolete mathematical tools, right? Back before you had computers that could handle so many things, there's a lot of mechanical devices that people would use to either conceptualize, demonstrate, or perform calculations, right? And some of these are crazy. Some of these are crazy. I haven't watched anywhere near all of his videos. Oh yeah, his Napier's Bones one has 1 million views. Oh yeah, the polar planimeter is insane. The polar planimeter, that was the one that I remember watching, like the first one I watched, and I was like, this is nuts. Like, the polar planimeter is insanity. Wait, who's been covering cuneiform? Who's been covering cuneiform? Who the hell's been covering cuneiform? I should be learning cuneiform. I say as I still continue to not actually speak Japanese very well. Oh, Suzuki, yes, yes. Oh, I need to reach out to her. She's rated here before I've talked to her a little bit. The effect of using old refrigerators. A couple 100 pounds of me, a 700 pounds of Cheeto the horse, another couple 100 pounds of scale armor, both going at 15 miles per hour. Whew! That's, yeah. Yeah. That sounds super cool. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. That's super cool. That's super cool. Yeah, I mean, you have to think about it, right? So, let's say you're 200 pounds, 900 pounds of horse, 100 pounds of armor. So let's call that 1,300 pounds. Whatever 1,300 is times 15 miles per hour, which is annoying as hell. And then it's just gonna be divided by the area of the lance head, minus, you know, heat loss, which is not going to be nothing, but it's going to be pretty small. Admittedly, that's just for penetration power. Penetration power almost doesn't matter, right? Like the penetration power almost doesn't matter when we're talking about doing damage to a human being. It matters for punching through armor, but like if you're hitting somebody in the rib cage, if you're hitting somebody in the rib cage with more than a couple of pounds of force, the actual area barely matters. The pressure, that is. Like, the dividing by the area of the tip of the lance is going to give you the pressure. The pressure barely matters because you're not trying to cut, right? You're just trying to crush. And so what matters is the net total amount of force that is conveyed. How do I do capital X's? 1.5 square inches across. So, so about 5 inches, about 5 square inches. I'm going to call that good, to be honest. I'm going to call that good, and I'm going to get started on the actual thing I came here to do. The actual thing I came here to do. Well, the good news is I almost never have to use capital X's. Alright. I need to wipe off my I need to wash my desk after this stream. Okay. Fair amount of purpling has wound up on the desk. No, I got you. I've used LaTeX. Beeplebees, it is a cool letter in general. I hate writing it in Gothic. I do not think Gothic X's are pretty. So I'm currently glad, because, unless I start using, like, a lot of Nahuatl or Chinese on our streams, I'm not going to encounter a lot of capital X's. And... yeah, LaTeX fun. LaTeX fun. Sounds like you need to practice it the most. And I need to practice you the most because I haven't been doing a good job on it. And I'm going to be using it in just a second. See, not a very good O right there. Already worried. Mm. Oh, that's very cool, Alpha Moo. Aleph Moo. Sorry. DM me. DM me. DM me. My DMs are pretty open. Just don't DM me with like, "Hey, love your model" or something like that. That's how you get blocked. Hello, Huggetry, be a target. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah. I did not try the brined onions. I did not. I haven't gotten a lot of cooking done recently. I've gotten some cooking done, but it's just been like stir frying. Kitchen time's been chaotic over here. No, it's not that it's so cringe, it's that it makes you look like a bot. Is that it makes you look like a bot, that's why. The good first message to send to people among streamers, like between VTubers, is like something unhinged, right? Like congratulations, way too long of a word. You mostly want your messages to look really specific, so that you don't look like a bot. Yeah, that rules. That rules, Aleph Moo. Yeah. No, that's good. That's good. Sideri's good. Sideri's based. Sideri's very based. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I am going to be back very, very briefly. Actually, yeah, I'm going to be back very, very briefly. I'm going to be BRB very, very briefly. I'll just be like a sec. I'm just going to like get some water and pull down my ink so I can do something. No need to get so precise. All right, all right, all right. I was mostly getting I was mostly filling up a water can, and getting down some more inks because I'm gonna be doing some goofy stuff here. I'm gonna be doing some goofy stuff here in a minute. And so having a water can and some other inks around is wise for that purpose. Okay. Also, thank you for the watch streak, Huggetry. Thank you for the watch streak. Also, I'm gonna do a very quick piece of research here. I think orange will do. I think orange will do. I was looking for citrus sunshines, for like what citrus sunshine's colors are, and I think orange will do. So I have a couple of people I've got messages for. Enigmus, Citrus Sunshine, Darius, and Mara Eventree. So we'll... So first up, we're going to use some Takesume. There it is. That's what I was looking for. My desk is a little bit messy right now. I need to do a bit of a clean on it. Not so much a clean as a reorganization. The working surfaces are clean enough, but my ability to find the brushes that I bought recently is lacking. You know what? Actually, I'm going to move the bottle in a little bit further. So, let's... let's get a little bit of Takesume in there. No, the best first DM, I would say for my purposes, right, is, hey man, we were talking about this earlier. Also, yes, Inkwell is on my shoulder. Yeah, Inkwell is on my shoulder. That's correct. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to be the only thing, but like, your main thing is just like, don't say something so generic that you look like a bot. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Really bad sign of this is that there is an academic. There's a professor who's really famous for responding to basically every single email he gets, no matter how obscure the person emailing him is. And that professor's name was Noam Chomsky. Yep. Chomsky's pretty famous for that. Yeah, unfortunate precedent. A story that I like is that the last president to open the front door of the White House for himself without using security was Harding. Into the 20th century, that was common. That you could just go to the White House and knock on the door, and there was a real chance that you would talk to the president personally. I'm pretty sure he got trolled quite frequently. That is not the reason why me and Wasteland Mad God are saying, not him. That is not where our disapproval is rooted. In case anybody's missing the context here, that's insane, Wasteland Mad God. What the fuck? Who was it? I mean, all of them are good choices, but... Carter! Interesting! Interesting. Interesting. I was really hoping you were going to say Nixon. Or the GIP. I did a tier list of US presidents by how likely I could take them in a fight while they were president. For the average of their reign as president. I think I put Carter under, I would get my ass kicked. I don't have enough space here. Gonna have to do a third attempt on this one. Oh, I might have enough space. Because Citrus is a short name. Citrus. Okay, I'll be pretty close. Was Rosalind that got you? I can believe that. I can believe that. Like I said, I was comparing presidents. Unsurprisingly, the president that I felt the most likely to kick my ass, Honest Abe. And the president that I thought I was the most capable of kicking the ass of. Hold on, I'm forgetting his name. Harrison. Harrison would be the easiest one to take in a fist fight. FDR is also pretty easy. Wilson's also a good choice. Wilson was also in the easy pick as well. Yeah, I think Harrison was my number one easiest. FDR and Wilson are also pretty good ones for that. I think I put for Wilson, I would kick his ass, but I wouldn't feel bad about it. And for FDR, I'd kick his ass, but would feel bad about it. Well, I think how I rated those two. Taft, I think. Hello, St. Kazan. Welcome in. I think Taft, you're right. That was kind of my thinking about Taft. Oh yeah, Trump would be easy. I mean, honestly, the biggest factor in differentiating the presidents in terms of, how much I could kick their ass was primarily about just their sheer physical health. just their simple physical health. So I like Obama rated relatively high just because he was in basic physical shape in terms of like how much trouble I would have. Lincoln would kick my ass so badly though. Lincoln like actually did martial arts. I am just an old guy who is in significantly above average health. Yeah, Taft is an experienced boxer, and he's a couple weight classes up on me. Biden is actually still harder than Harrison. Harrison has got to be the easiest. Yeah, it's got to be William Henry Harrison. Aleph Mu, William Henry Harrison spent something like 80% of his presidency unable to walk, talk, or breathe. The first thing he did as president was develop congestive pneumonia. And then he died. That's the William Henry Harrison presidency. He was absolutely the least healthy president while he was in office. It's actually even funnier, Elif Mu, because it was extremely a cell phone. Like, this was not just like, he just got unlucky. This was, he deliberately gave his inaugural address while not wearing a coat while it was snowing. Like, he absolutely got sick because of something that he did on purpose to prove how tough he was. And then it killed him. Yeah, Steve Jobs moment. Yeah. I would feel worse about it if it wasn't for the fact that he's like a remarkably shitty person, even by the standards of U.S. presidents. Harrison's election campaign slogan was "Tippecanoe and Taylor too." Tippecanoe is a massacre of civilians that he committed. Like, he's a horrible person. What year was he? I can't remember off the top of my head. He was pre-Civil War. He was antebellum. $1820, yeah. Oh, yeah, he was awful. Yeah, he was awful. He was awful. Very hard to feel bad. I mean, most U.S. presidents are awful, but few of them run on, like, hey, I murdered a bunch of women and children as, like, their campaign slogan. So... Polk would I will say, if we did it based on, like, what was their physical status like when they were, like... Yes, it was natives. Yes. It was natives. If we were basing it on, like, how they were at the prime of their life, I am not so confident I'd be able to take on William Henry Harrison. William Henry Harrison was, in fact, a pretty tough bastard. Those stories are... That's really interesting. Wasteland Mad God. That's really interesting if true. That would be very... It ruins some of the poetry of it, but I can believe. Thank you very much, though. That's really interesting. That's, like, an interesting one to be disabused of. I kind of hope it's still true just because it's, like, so poetic, but a little bit embarrassing for me if it's not true. It would be hard to... I tried to move this substantially to the left and I just, like, didn't succeed. From being 68 and all the travel and campaigning he's been doing. That is pretty fair. I cannot lie. That is a pretty reasonable causal trajectory. Hello, Icarus. Hello, Icarus. It's going pretty well. I apparently have been repeating a myth for some time. Wasteland Mad God has come in here with the clutch save of telling me that I was probably doing something wrong, which I appreciate. We are about to go to ads. gonna see if I can squeeze in. God, this ink. Oh yes. I can do that very quickly. So, the myth was that William Henry Harrison developed pneumonia as a result of giving his inaugural address in the snow and refusing to wear a coat to prove how tough he was. Wasteland Mad God has pointed out that nobody mentions this story until after he died. So that he was doing the address like that. So probably not actually true, and probably a very clever and effective own by his political opponents. And here I am repeating it literally 200 years later, so clearly they were pretty effective at the propagandizing of it. Okay. We'll be back in a few minutes. I need to stretch because my back and chest are always getting more uncomfortable as these streams go on, and we're at the point where it's actually pretty bad. So I'll see you all in a few minutes, and I'm going to be stretching mostly. And I'm back, and I'm back. Yeah, I have to say that, like, part of the amusement to me about that I was thinking about, Aleph Mu, and Sparkly, was like Wasteland Mad God said, right? Like, he gets to go down as the guy who killed a whole bunch of innocent people and then bragged about it. Yes, I'm sorry. I cursed Broken Mold. Yes, I did answer, and then I guess the ads ate it, somehow or another. That's interesting to know. The timing of the ads is a little bit different, than what I expect it to be. Yes, the myth is that President William Henry Harrison of the United States, died of a pneumonia infection that he developed as a result of, having giving his inaugural address in a snowstorm without wearing a coat, right? That he basically got himself killed by being too macho. That is the myth. Wasteland Mad God pointed out that there are no reports of that happening while he is like anywhere near the time frame. That's basically the gist of it. Yeah. It looks like it may have been made up by political opponents of his successor. Oh, I'm starting to get some feathering. That's annoying. Wasteland Mad God, my understanding, right? You may know more than me. My understanding, was that the Titanic had a normal number of lifeboats, but enough is a different question. Hello, Dulcet. Hello, Dulcet. Welcome in. Good to see you here. Let me give a quick shout out to Dulcet. Yes. Dulcet is a good person to vibe out to, folks. Dulcet is, if you want to like vibe out to some fantasy roleplay ASMR, they are the stop. Thank you. I've been feeling a little bit frustrated with calligraphy, if I'm honest. Part of it is that like I thrive on improvements, and I think I kind of I've kind of been at a plateau for a few months. And plateaus of like days or weeks is like one thing, but like plateaus of like months. And so I'm being like hypercritical of myself right now. So I'm glad to hear that people are still enjoying it. And I know you've been around long enough that you're not just surprised by the novelty of it. Oh, that's a good question. I do think it's interesting that different cultures have different ideas about what a birthday is. You know, very famously, the like Chinese versus Western theory. Do you count from the first of the year or from the date of birth? But I find that kind of interesting. So happy. So that was. So I got three of these. Yeah, it has the calendar systems and stuff. Yeah. I'm pretty sure ancient Rome celebrated birthdays in a way that's like recognizable to us. Not like exactly the same, but not like completely different. You would invite family members over, and it wasn't so much like a celebration, like a party, but like a you would do like prayers and rituals. But you know, it was a family thing and an excuse to travel and see people you didn't see as often. And it was still tracked to your day. Didn't have enough for every person. Most cruise ships today don't either. Yes, Dulcet. This is actually not even my favorite. Gothic is not my favorite to write with. My favorite to write with is Batard. I also will write Insular, which is the one that looks super Irish. Sometimes Foundational. I have done Rotunda in the past, but I legitimately can never remember how to do it. I forget how to do Rotunda, and I have to look it up every single time. My favorite is Batard. Batard. Batarde. It is a French Gothic variation. Instead of straight lines, like in Gothic, you do, like, waves. I really like it. Hello, Paperclipper. Hello, Paperclipper. I can kind of do Froctor, but Froctor is kind of just like Gothic, but you had a breakdown while you're doing it. I can. I tend to practice Gothic much more often because it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder and it's more popular. More people want it. I get my commissions tend to be in. No, it is. It's just German. It's just German. That's why I say Froctor, is that it's just fractured in German. But no, you that's about what I thought. Wasteland Mad God was that, like, it had enough lifeboats by the standards of safety for the time, but whether or not that's enough lifeboats is kind of like a judgment call about what you consider sufficient safety, which is a debate, right? Yeah, Fracture actually has a really insane history. there's actually a really insane history behind Fraktur. So Gothic scripts kind of died off. They're pretty much a medieval artifact, and what caused them to die off wasn't the printing press; it was the Renaissance, right? It was the fascination with ancient Rome caused Italians, French, and British to adopt Roman fonts, right? Roman scripts. And so they adopted Roman scripts, but the Germans kind of stuck to the old ways for a bit longer. And then as they stuck with it long enough that it turned into a sort of like identity thing, right? For Germans. Let's think about this. So Citrus, Enigmus, Darius, Mara. Yeah, that split and eventually Curse developed. So anyway, sorry, I kind of got lost on the writing of this H for a second there. So the way that, so Fraktur kind of stuck around in Germany and became like a German nationalist thing for a while. And then fascism happened. And fascism, one of those things that kind of gets lost in the sauce about fascism is that fascism is actually pretty focused on the future. It's not just a celebration of nostalgia. It's about, creating a new world that incorporates modern technologies and so on and so forth. And so eventually Fraktur was banned in Nazi Germany. Fraktur and Suterlin-Schrift, which is a form of German cursive, were declared to be, Jewish forms of writing. And so it was banned, right? And where this gets really weird is that it still kind of maintains this like German-specific nationalistic thread to its history. And so after being very heavily disavowed by actual Nazis, modern German neo-Nazis are now into Fraktur again. And so despite being a font that was a script that was declared to be, a Jewish institution and a threat to the fatherland during actual World War II, modern Germans who use it kind of perceive it as a very right-wing thing. Yeah, it's an interesting thing, and a thing about the whole, like, it being declared a Jewish script that was banned from the Third Reich is that it's entirely possible that the fact that they banned Fraktur wasn't really about that. That it is entirely possible that the Fraktur ban was just really a matter of administrative standardization. That the Nazis decided that they wanted all newspapers to be printed with one script, right, to sort of simplify literacy and make it so that they would understand better. They would have less difficulty telling how things would look on the page when they were thinking about press releases. And they had to make a choice about which script they would standardize to. And they chose to standardize to Roman, not because Roman was more modern, but because Roman scripts were more common among print shops, that more printers had Roman scripts and fewer had Fractor scripts. Blocks, I should say, printing fonts. Typeface, that's the word I'm looking for, typefaces. Fewer of them had typeface, had the actual typing blocks for Fractor than had it for Roman. Oh, Tyru Keen, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Let me finish this up, and I will get you a shout out. Inari, you little bastard. I was thinking about raiding you. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. We got two raids, and I'm just gonna finish writing the word birthday, and then I'll get the shout outs in. What were you doing, Tyrukin? What were you doing? For the... Oh, you have more coming? Oh, come on. For the Raiders. Oh, hello, Jack. Hello, Jack. And hello, Omar, and hello, Archibald. Let me give the shout out to Tyrukin. Shout out for the Raiders. Tyru_Keen. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I'm a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old I should have listened to you. Do you want to just give me a number? Do you want to just give me a number, Inari? So I know what I'm doing here. Hello, Lena. You guys are. This seems super late for you. Lena. That's all. Okay. Thank you. I hope you're not. If you are joking, Inari, I think you know what I'm going to do if you are joking. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy. This is what my handwriting looks like. This is what I do on stream on a pretty regular basis. I also paint miniatures, mostly little tiny Roman guys, and I play mostly city builders lately. I play a variety of games, but mostly city builders. Lately, some puzzle games, the occasional action game. I'm going to block future raids. I did catch that. It looked really overwhelming. It looked extremely unrelaxing. Let's see. Can I get 3 in here? Maybe I can get 3 in here. I think Inari can be fine with sharing space with Tyru. I think we can do that here. This is my thank you for rating. I think Inari can be okay with sharing some space here. How did you feel about it? How did it go? It seemed really chaotic to me. I know that Jack was there, and Sotek, and Morp, and Lena. I didn't catch who else was there. I didn't catch who else was there. Oh, Iroh! Yes, Iroh was there. I need to DM Iroh. I actually have a thing to DM Iroh about, so that's actually a good reminder. Ready to EP now? If you stick around for about 10 more minutes, Lena, you will be able to see me write your name up. But I'm gonna do it, but I'm pretty anal about doing it in order, so I've got to get through Tairu and Inari first. So Tairu... But yes. Yeah, that was a super long stream. And it seemed outside of the normal hours for a couple of you. Trying to speed this up a little bit so I don't ruin Lena's night too well. Yeah. Shout out for Inari, and then I'll get you in a few minutes when it lets me, Lena. But yes, Inari is one of my favorite streamers and one of my best friends in all of VTubing. Getting to know Inari has been a genuine reward for becoming a VTuber. She is an absolute delight. She is an excellent voice actor. And she is the one who taught me how to do ASMR voice. Much to her regret. Tyra's one of your editors. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you then. It's a pleasure to meet you then. Dare Neru, Nunu, thank you for the follow. I did Wasteland Mad God. I adore her, but if she was lying and there were actually like 5 more raiders coming in, I was not going to be pleased. Because I knew that there were 7 people in that collab. I don't think it would have been 5, because I'm pretty sure Sotek and Morp weren't streaming. Yes, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. She said very nice things about you. She just always says my editors. She's trying to hide you from me. Okay, there, and then Ray Zhu. But yes. If any of my folks are not familiar with Inari, she is a frequent guest on here. Tairu, who I've just met, is one of her editors, which is a very good thing to do. Editors are arguably more important than streamers. Lena is a dear friend of Inari. I've met, I only know you a little bit, Lena. I don't want to be, I don't want to say things about you that you don't approve of. But I've only met you a little bit. I've always found you to be very sweet. And then let's get this last line in. Okay, Lena. Oh, let me add a little bit more ink, and then let's get Lena Zenyo in here. Oh, that's a little bit too wet. Okay. It needs a little bit less deposit on here. But yes, we were talking about modern historical myth making. Because we've got some pretty smart beans here in the Almantas chats. Let's go here. Been experimenting with L's a little bit today. Let's go that way. Let's go with that. But welcome in. Sweet enough to eat cookies meant for Inari right in front of her while maintaining eye contact. That rules. That rules. About 2 weeks ago, I've been at a museum. This is not printing. Yeah, it's not. It's not. There's scripts that become the basis. Hold on a second. I gotta. Lena's off of the page here, off of the camera here, and I don't have a lot of room to move the camera around. I have to move some other accoutrement on the desk around in order to get her. Up here. You can see why I like to use clips. She just screamed to eat cookies she was supposed to give to me. That's very funny. That's very funny. It was an accident? It was an accident? How is that an accident, Lena? I was saying that it was very funny. I was praising you for doing it, so... If you want to... Oh. Huh? Why did that not work? There we go. Yes. If you want to watch the type of lady who does that, there's Lena. Okay. And thank you. It's something I've put a lot of work into over the years. So I'm glad to know that people appreciate it. But yes, this is my usual Monday stream, is calligraphy and talking about history, and I want to talk about philosophy. Well, it depends on what people bring here. You know, if somebody has a good philosophy question, we end up talking about it, and if they have if people's focus is more on art or politics, we'll talk about those. I try to keep things comfy, but not boring, right? That is my main thing. That is my main thing. Wasteland Mad God, you're like the most coherent person here. Stop being silly. Have I ever trolled anybody by writing something in Wingdings? No. No. Not because I'm above trolling, but because I don't know how to read Wingdings. Trying to think what trolling I've done. You're not as coherent as you could choose to be. True! But yes, now I will let you go. Thank you, Lena. I just want to make sure that you got to see this. I just wanted you to see this. But yes, please get some sleep. You're 3 hours past your bedtime. Which is pretty brutal. Have a good night. And anybody else who raided, and obviously if you want to raid and run, please feel free to do so. I want people to have a nice time here. Sometimes people just sleep here, right? Like, it's fine. If you want to stay here and ask me some questions or do some work, a lot of people will watch me and do work alongside me. That's also extremely fine. which rabbit got hit the hardest by the balance changes? Preliminary thoughts from Noir. Noir thinks the most affected rabbit by the balance changes was Wizard. She thinks that Wizard was a big winner in the recent balance patch. I don't know, because I don't know Wizard. I find Wizard very confusing and difficult to play. I think Druid was mostly buffed. It kind of moved Druid around a little bit, but I think Druid was mostly a buff. Hello, Ice Delulu. No, Rabbit and Steel. Rabbit and Steel. Rabbit and Steel just had a recent patch with a bunch of balance changes to all of the classes, and Scaldy is quite good at Rabbit and Steel. I am pretty bad at Rabbit and Steel, and it's what I'm going to be playing tomorrow on stream. Well, you'll see it tomorrow if you're here. I like it. It's, imagine if all you did... Imagine Final Fantasy XIV, but all it is raids. It's only Savage raids. I don't know enough about biology for that. Yeah, but imagine Savage raiding only Final Fantasy XIV. That's kind of the... Yeah, you also get to flex that you were the last one to start and you're by far the furthest one in progression. Yeah, Rabbit and Steel... I like Rabbit and Steel a lot. I joke that it's Final Fantasy XIV, but just the good parts. Also, I need to grab some more water. I'll be back in like 1 second. I'm just going to leave this up.
Inori Raid, you gifted 10 subscriptions to the community.
Oh my goodness, Inari. Inari. Why'd you do that? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Inari. Thank you so much for the gift subs to Shinsua, Barksy87, K Shriniki, Kiran217, Alphonse_I_Lurk, Just_Yang, Scaldy1, Hugatree be a target, Fura _Sundaras, then Toko's Dragon. Thank you so much, Inari. Thank you so much, Inari. As you all know, this is a viewer-supported stream. This stream does not exist without subs and bits from viewers like you. Without those, this stream would be off the air entirely. So thank you to anybody who gifts and donates at all in any capacity. It keeps my ink flowing and my paper dry and my belly full. Hugatree, thank you for the gift sub to Inari. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you, Hugatree be a target. Thank you very, very much. And hi, you trapped her here. Oh, hype train, of course. Oh, a treasure train. Interesting. Participants save 35% on 5 or more gift subs at level 2. Interesting. Interesting little bit of mathematical incentivizing right there. Interesting little bit of mathematical incentives right there. Okay. It is time for me to get on with the show. Let me... Good lord, this is... We're going to be using so many syringes. I'm going to have so much cleanup after stream. I'm going to have so much cleanup after stream from this. Okay, so... Citrus and Enigmus are both going to be orange. Saint Kazan, thank you for the follow. I'm going to double check something about colors. Paper Clippa, thank you for the 100. thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Oh, you requested a history fact. I forgot I had that as a thing. I didn't do it earlier for Darius VTuber. Let's take a look. I mostly think of him as brown. What is a history fact I can give you? Because we've been doing a lot of history facts here. The Oh yes. Library of Alexandria fact. Okay, Library of Alexandria fact. I am cribbing here extremely, arguably, exclusively from the work of one Justin Sledge, the legendary, the GOAT, Justin Sledge. The Library of Alexandria was already falling out of favor dramatically well before it burned down. It was already a husk of itself by the time it had burned, by the time the burning happened. The real culprit in the fall of the Library of Alexandria was not a random act of arson or accident. It was that standards and norms in Ptolemaic Egypt for the expression of power had been trending away from grand displays of knowledge and collected learning over several generations. The Library of Alexandria was killed not by a fire, but by general widespread funding cuts that had been going on for years and years and years before the fire. So there's a Library of Alexandria fact. Unlike much of Egypt, the Library of Alexandria was in Alexandria. And a thing you may or may not know about Alexandria is that Alexandria is a swamp. Alexandria is a swamp. It is on the Nile Delta. Unlike areas like the Fayum, it was very wet up there. And so in order for the Library of Alexandria to continue to keep its things in place, it needed to have continuous maintenance, right? It needed a lot of maintenance because the whole institution, because the papyrus would rot. If you're in somewhere like the Fayum, it won't. Paper will stay. The papyrus would stay pretty stable for centuries, right? But in the Delta, it would rot relatively quickly. So, yeah, that's kind of interesting, I think. Yeah, the Baghdad's House of Wisdom's loss is enormous. Yep, wet and humid. Yep. It was humid up there, and humidity is the enemy of textile preservation. I should really just say organic preservation. I love this orange. This is for Citrus Sunshine. Locking in here for a second. Apologies. I'll get to that follow notification in a second. There we go. Most of the same reason you would store papers in the human ass crack. Fair enough, fair enough. Alphons_I_lurk. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. And then it's Enigmus, who I should have gotten to before. Enigmus I like quite a bit. Yes, it was Inari gave you the sub. Seriously, I had to shut down your archive. Lol. Goatsy.archive. Sphinctorium? That's incredible. That's insanity. Oh. Way too wet. Way too wet. Gotta dab it a little bit. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Oh, yeah, I love this orange. This is... The more I've used it, the more I like this orange. I gotta be honest. Elif Moo, have a good night. Have a good night. Yeah, it's almost 4 a.m. for me. It's almost 4 a.m. for me. And then... Next up was... Next up was Darius. Next up was Darius, trying to clean this thing out a little bit. Let's move this out of the way. For the moment, and get the scratch paper out. Always got to have a practice sheet and a scratch paper. Going to use Mont Blanc Irish Green for this one. And that means another one. Holy crap, another one. Don't actually need a lot of this. I keep on needing to remember that I definitely need like less than like a quarter here. Oh, there's quite a bit of water in there. It's gonna take a second. Yep, that's really wet. So I gotta waste some time here. Waste some time. Aaron, who have friend, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. It's a pleasure to have you here. Let's see about... Yeah, it's still... I should make sure I dried it out a little bit better. It shouldn't look like this. This is really, really light. I suppose it'll do. Suppose it'll do. Also, hold on. Let me cap the Fuyugaki before I accidentally knock it over. This ink I love. This is one of my favorites. Fuyugaki is fantastic. All right, let's give this Una shot. Actually, let's dab this up a little bit so I don't end up getting... So I end up causing problems for myself in a moment. Oh. I love the capital D in this script. I love the Gothic capital D. Oh, there's so many fun facts in the Japanese War. It's an insane war. Well, let's hear it. And that's what I'm doing with the green. Let's get that rinsed off. Let's get that rinsed off. and dried out a little bit and put away that and definitely cap this one. This bottle is really nice. This bottle is really nice. These bottles are really nice. I'm probably going to repurpose this one. I don't actually love it as an ink. I don't actually have a ton of affection for Mont Blanc as a company, but I do like the bottle a lot. Let's try to get some more of the water out from in there. And oh, there's still some blue in there. Jeezy Pete's. Okay. I'm going to use snoozes for the moment. I'm going to use a couple of snoozes because I am hoping to finish up with basically one last word. Oh, okay, hold on a second. Is that good, Galaxy Wolfstar? Let's get this purple over here and just see if it's flowing. Oh yeah, that's flowing nice. That's flowing nice. The comparison between how easy this was and the green. Good lord, I love Oroshizokus. Also, big thank you to Mara for having a really easy to figure out color to use. It's very sweet of you. Okay. During the Battle of Tsushima Street, the Japanese cruiser Nishin took a hit to the bridge and wounded a young officer. Thanks to a skilled surgeon on board, the officer only lost 2 fingers instead of 3, though would immediately get discharged from the Navy. And so the Isoroku Yamamoto was saved. That's crazy. That's crazy. If someone to shoot you a very thirsty DM, would you block them? Probably not, honestly. Probably not. It's honestly, I'm pretty open-minded. I pretty much only block people if I think they're bots. And like if I already like know who the person is, it's like not really that much of a risk. And like I've had fairly lengthy conversations with art bots and scammers because they were able to make it look like they weren't that at first glance. Like I said, I'm pretty open-minded. And then I blocked them once I figured out what was going on. But yeah, it's if somebody looks super bot-like at the first DM, I just block them. That's pretty much it. Otherwise, I'm open-minded. I'll hear people out. All right. Oh, that means I can close the Yamabudo. Thank heavens. Why did I put the Takesume away when I actually have a use for it now? Okay. Yamabudo. There we go. Yamaburo gets to go away now. Okay. Yeah, let's close off the Fuyugaki. And then we're just gonna do some exclamation points and then go over the schedule. No, Mimi ended. Fuck. Fuck. Okay. Sorry, I shouldn't be swearing. There's Takesume. Bamboo Ash. Save the swears for tomorrow. Maybe. I feel like I don't swear that much when I'm playing Rabbit and Steel. I think when I'm playing Rabbit and Steel, I think I'm pretty chill. Noir swears a lot. Bonicule is still going. Thank you. That's a good option. I do like Bonnie a lot. Yeah, I was looking at Madra, Mimi, and Inari as raid targets when I was earlier looking around. I might take a look around. Uji I haven't raided in forever. Gravestone's live. But I was really looking forward to raiding Mimi. Sybil Cole's going live, and I haven't rated her in forever. No, actually, I think I know who I'm doing. I think I know who I'm doing. But we'll get to that in a second. We're gonna go over to an ASMR streamer after this. Yeah, I keep saying up past Uji. I love Uji. Could you do Ransom no Kunji? Yeah. I could. I actually do like Grenadier. Grenadier's not one that I like intuitively disliked. I don't like the, aiming mechanic, is the thing. Which they seem to be a fan of. Right, that's the reason why I tend to not play Sniper. With Grenadier, it's not as big of a deal, because you can, almost anything that you buy for the primary will change it. Well, Sparkly, you'll be able to see it tomorrow and see how you feel about it. I will be honest, the game I'm trying to give people FOMO about is not Rabbit and Steel. It is Infinity. I am I think Grenadier's fine to me. It's not my favorite. It's not my least favorite. Wizard's still probably my least favorite. I don't like Heavy Sword very much. Hammer I'm just kind of okay with. Honestly, Sparkly, I have done some Trench Crusade on the server, and I might do some Infinity on the server. I'm trying to figure out if I do the next beginner league. I will also say, like in case people have, I don't know how much people are paying attention to this kind of thing. Hello, Eevee Cakes. We are about to end. I don't know how much people pay attention to this kind of thing. From my perspective, I think about it a lot. Oh, Turnip I want to try. I've never tried Turnip. Turnip's very cool. No, what I was going to say was I have been streaming pretty hard the last couple of weeks. I don't know how much other people notice that. I've been streaming pretty hard. And mostly because, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of that is because, what's it called? I have been feeling really good about all of the Timberborn streaming. That's actually a lot of it, is that Timberborn has been feeling really good to stream. And if I'm being a little bit more honest, other parts of my life have not been feeling super great. My health has been really good, and the streaming has been very good, but other parts of my life have been really frustrating. So I've been going pretty hard on stream. Because at least it's like something I feel like I have more control over and that is rewarding to me. So that's why I've been streaming like substantially harder than I stream like most of the year, right? I've been pushing myself considerably harder. Yesterday was an almost 10-hour stream, and I usually don't even stream Sundays at all. So that's a pretty big difference. I'm gonna actually pull up streamer, well, nope, streamer record. But yeah, that's I feel pretty confident with Timberborn. I'm not gonna lie, I feel pretty confident with Timberborn. I think I'm pretty good at city builders. I'm not gonna lie. Like I think I'm really bad at action games, but people don't believe me at this, but when I do hardcore, serious, Marvel Rivals and Overwatch, I really, really cannot get my ass out of bronze. I really can't do it. I am really bad at it. I am really bad at action games. Let me see. I rated Bonicula about a week ago, so I think, and Bonnie and me and Bonnie rate each other fairly frequently. Let me think about this. It's either going to be Bonnie or Ill Princess. Let me listen to Ill Princess and see what she's... I'm gonna go to Ill Princess because I think that will make a couple of people here go insane. But yes, yeah, I am very, very bad at shooters. I am the worst Dark Souls player. This is not like a mere joke. I'm a very, very bad Dark Souls player. But yeah, I feel pretty confident with Timberborn. I feel like I'm still very much learning in Whiskerwood, but I'm pretty good at Tropico. I'm pretty good at Frostpunk. I'm one of the few sickos I know that didn't think Frostpunk or Banished were particularly bad. I remember playing Banished, and after my third city, I was like, oh, okay, I know I understand this game. This game's not hard. Which, as I understand it, Banished is generally considered a very hard game. So, oh, I'm so bad at Dark Souls. It's a lot of that is just I'm really bad at using controller. Legitimately, a significant percentage of that is just I'm so bad at using controller. I'm going to be going to bed, Eevee Cakes. I'm going to go to bed, and I'm going to go for a run, and I'm going to maybe get some writing in, and then I'm going to stream again. I'm going to stream again tomorrow. Let's actually deal with that. Let's actually deal with that right now. Go away, droid cam. Say hello, schedule. So, tomorrow is Professor's Choice. What I have actually set up is that me and I'll shout them out. Yeah, I would like to do that, Scaldy. Oh, Noir's in here. Noir is going to be here tomorrow, as will Voburn. So we're going to be bunsing. I did actually set that up in advance as opposed to just playing Bunny and hoping that the two of them would show up. And then Thursday is going to be mini painting again. I might break out and not do a Roman again. I have quite a few non-Romans left to paint. I have fantasy Romans for one thing. I have necromantic Romans. I have skinks. I have other historicals, so I might take that as a poll. Yeah, I feel like I need to do a pretty. I have some Trench Crusade as well. I have some Trench Crusade minis. So let's go. Let's do a raid. So where do I want to? Older man geezer raid. Geezer raid. Shiki __ Kitsune. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I have some 3D printed minis that were donated by Matthew Riceseeker, very generously. I mostly have some Azebs. I still haven't done any of the bigger models. I could do one of the bigger models. I haven't done one of those like ever. So that might be a nice change of pace to do one of the bigger models, like the Lions of Jabbar. But we are going to raid out. Those are your raid messages. We're going out to LLL Princess. So I will see you all tomorrow.